past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigetron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigetron Red Aliens
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in second place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigetron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to get those this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, BPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PM.
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคทที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3 ติดจบอันดับ 6 ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the 2-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special 2-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you. The Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these 2 items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA League. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. Among them, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. Kanina Power, which had previously won 3rd place in the 2020 PMWL West League, managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC. Class Dilge Athletics from Turkey also successfully took 8th place. For the entire EU region, this was a great start, and in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. In the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Kanina Power taking 2nd place, the newly reorganized team in 2021, Nexria,
Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves,
surprisingly won 3rd place.
The EU region seems to just have endless potential. There's always a number of astonishingly talented newcomers coming up through the ranks, developing their skills, and in 2021 at the PMWI, you had some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking 2nd place, an incredible performance coming through from them to get that 2nd place. But not only that, you had the reorganized team for Nexria in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came 1st in their region and then were invited on the back of that to the PMWI West to take 3rd place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what they've got.
In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the grand finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Nexria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılma hakkı kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rip7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı, Nexu'ya 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
The champion of 2022, it is S2G!
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Nexuria and Canada Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Melise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
Gold Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame. which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PMGC 2023. This is going to be the last chance survival, not really survival, last chance stage. And joining me here in the live stage in a battle arena, Petaling Jaya, Malaysia. I'm your host for today, Choo Choo, and we have Influence Range, INF Law with me here today. So this year, Brazil's teams are dominating the PMGC League 2023. It started off with your brethren Alpha 7 and Loops already got themselves in the grand finals. And now INF dominating over the survival stage yesterday on top. Now, what are the strengths of the Brazilian teams that make it such a big difference that you guys have and the others don't?
Os times brasileiros estão arrasando, né? Começou lá com a Alpha 7 e a Loops, já estão na final, e vocês agora no topo da tabela, no survival. Por que os times brasileiros são tão fortes comparado com os outros times?
Eu acredito que o time brasileiro leva muito a sério as screens, os campeonatos, e tem excelentes jogadores. E quando chega no campeonato nesse nível, a gente consegue destacar e mostrar a força do nosso país.
I think Brazilian teams, they really take it very seriously during screens and championships, and they have very strong players. So when we're playing in championships of this international magnitude, it really shows our effort that we put.
Can I see a serious face for once? Oh, okay, that's a very serious face coming up from Law. And now we can see the seriousness from his side. Now, who will be your biggest rival for this last chance? And can you tell us why? Because there's so many good teams here.
Qual vai ser o rival principal aqui no Last Chance e por quê?
Eu acredito que seja a BTR, porque é um time muito forte e sempre está disputando a gente o topo de tabela. E eles, acredito que seja eles mesmo, são os melhores.
I think it's going to be BTR because he's a very strong team and he's usually he's fighting for the top spot with us on the table. So I would be surprised if it's not BTR that's going to be a trouble for us.
Oh, okay, we're going to have to wait and see. Maybe you guys will be the strongest again, who knows? But if you get to choose 4 other teams to join you in the grand finals in Turkey, who will be your pick?
Você vai escolher 4 outros times para estar com vocês lá na Turquia? Quais são você?
Eu vou levar comigo a TQ e a Inco, que são nossos irmãos, conheço faz vários anos. E coloco também a BTR e a PGV, que é 2 times que eu gosto muito e acompanho faz muitos anos já.
Okay, of course I'm going to pick Inco and Team Queso because they are our brethren, so it's always going to be them first. And I would also like to pick BTR and PGV because it's also really strong teams that I have been following for a really long time.
Now, I noticed, other than your brethren, right, it's going to be mostly you looking high up towards the Indonesian teams. Any particular interest that you've taken more towards the Indonesian teams, you know, their playstyle or whatever?
Por que aí pareceria que você está muito interessado também nos times da Indonésia, né? Eles têm uma forma de jogar especial e é por isso que você escolheu eles?
Eu acredito que eu acompanho mesmo eles faz muitos anos. Gosto muito deles, até tenho um leve contato. Acho que esse seria o principal mesmo, que diferencia eles.
I think the main reason is that I've really been following for a long time these teams, and we even keep in touch sometimes. So I think that would be the reason why I'm always hoping that they do well too.
I agree with that because they'll be one of the pioneers starting off back in the early dawn of PUBG Mobile tournament scene. And I talked to one of the players before, they feel like they're veterans enough, they will consider ourselves as seniors in this one right now. Now, since we only have very short amount of time for you to prepare, where everything is hanging in the balance for your team right now, where this is going to be the last chance stage. Now, with overnight preparation, what do you have in mind and what do you guys manage to prepare in such a short amount of time?
Como é que vocês se prepararam desde ontem? Alguma coisa que mudaram desde ontem para se preparar esse Last Chance?
Eu acho que esse trabalho começa faz muito tempo. A gente já está preparado para jogar esse campeonato. A única mudança e o preparo diferente foi mudar o spot Miramar Eu acho que vai ser muito bom para o nosso time e acredito que seja isso. Vamos continuar fazendo o que a gente faz e go Inf.
I think our preparation has been ongoing for a long time now to reach this moment. We could say that yes, we definitely changed our drop spot for Miramar, and I think it's going to be good for us. The rest is we're going to try to do our best, obviously, and of course go influence Rage.
Okay, so I assume that's going to be all fight for you guys today then, because they're going to go raging and influence all the teams to fight alongside with them. Thank you so much, Influence Rage, Law, and also Sir, I call you Sir Andres. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's lovely to having you guys with us today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, all said and done, but it's down to action and execution for these teams with their fate hanging in the balance. Only 5 teams will say hi to Turkey, and the others will have to say goodbye. And it's going to be a tighter race than before, since there's a very limited slots up there for the grand final. So who will be on top? Will they have enough to survive for the entire 2 days straight? Now, we're going to toss it back to Casters. Have fun for today. See you guys in the next interview.
You know, I know our slogan is normally be the one, but right now every team is out there saying be the top 5 because they need to get into top 5 to advance through into our grand finals kicking off in Turkey just in a few weeks' time, to be honest. I'm your host, Jessica Kappen, joined by Max, Ben, and Klaris, and we're about to end our marathon of matches that we've had these last few days as we kick off the last chance qualifier. And Max, there's a lot of teams out there that I think we're all rooting for, and a lot of teams out there that we think could easily get into top 5.
Yeah, there's of course going to be a few favorites here coming into today, Jason, I'd say, but there's still a lot of slots remaining to be picked up here. And the lineup for the grand finals is already super stacked. It's going to be even more stacked after these next 2 days. So it's hard to predict, but I'm excited to see who's going to be in that top 5.
It's my favorite stage because it's brutal, right? 2 days, only 5 spots, and you are going to lose so many teams. There's going to be tears, there's going to be laughter, there's going to be joy. I'm looking forward to the tears personally.
Well, speaking of tears, how did D+ do in the survival stage? Alright, well, before we break down everything happening these next 2 days, Infinix GT10 Pro, our official smartphone provider here at PMGC 2023. Make sure you guys pick one up because it's for professional esports players, and you can pick one up and potentially dominate a lobby like we're seeing some of the teams do just yesterday, not like D+. And then we're a team who finished in 5th place. So technically, they would have qualified through into the grand finals if that was obviously the last chance stage.
Yeah.
Do you legitimately think, Max, that they have a chance of being top 5 in a lobby like this?
I think that finding consistency is going to be a little bit rougher maybe for Rook because now you've got this set lobby, right? And I think that the teams are just going to be able to play a lot more in their kind of own playstyle, rotate a lot more efficiently, get to spots a lot more efficiently. So I think that because of that, Rook might struggle. Though, Jason, if you want to go the other way of them maybe qualifying, they were by a significant margin one of the most consistent teams in the survival stage. Out of the 12 matches they played, 8 of those matches ended up being top 5s. Every single match, pretty much, they're just reaching the late game. Sure, they're a little bit lackluster on the elimination side of things, but when it comes to making in strong positions, they can do that on a really consistent basis. If they can start to bring in more eliminations, just like Default, who knows, they might be able to make in top 5. So I'm hopeful we could finally see an African team for the first time make into PMGC Grand Finals.
That's the thing though, right? Can you constantly be relying on Default to do the heavy lifting alongside like Nigma Galaxy, for example? Can you constantly be relying on Coops to be doing the heavy lifting for these 2 teams? 2 teams that sat, yes, in 4th and 5th when it came to the survival stage, and we've seen, Nigma Galaxy especially prove themselves more so than Rook in the past, but technically speaking, Default was apparently the MVP of the survival stage, which took me by surprise, but it really does go to show how much impact he can have on a lobby if he's let free, if he's let loose, like we saw him on those roofs of Lipovka, for example. So we'll see how it goes.
And then obviously it makes me turn my attention towards 2 teams I think we're all going to agree on as most likely qualifying through into the grand finals, Influence Rage and Mad Bulls. I think these 2 teams are definitely the teams to beat. I think Influence Rage has been maybe a little bit more consistent when it's come to the head-to-head matchup, but Mad Bulls has proven to be such a strong team, and they're looking to obviously join the likes of all the best in the world currently in the grand finals.
Yeah, Mad Bulls need to have circles that are somewhere in their vicinity if they want to have these strong games, which is why you see, for example, a chicken dinner followed up by 2 12th places, but followed up by another chicken dinner. I want to see more adaptability in the case of circles that aren't quite going their direction, and if that happens, I think that's what we're going to see from Mad Balls, and they can possibly be a little bit more consistent. Though, and I don't know if you agree on this one, Kalaris, but when we're looking at Influence Rage, I feel like their second day of Survival Stage wasn't taken as seriously as the first day. I think they were somewhat screaming a little bit for the last chance, because after their first day, they got a 3rd place with 3 eliminations, and after that, really not too much around the board. So I think that they were just preparing themselves for this stage, and they're going to start hot very, very quickly.
Yeah, there's 2 ways you can play it when you've got no pressure on you. You could either go absolutely crazy and just be like, well, we have no pressure on us whatsoever. We don't care. We're just going to be able to shoot at everything and do really, really well off the back of it. Or you're just chilling. You just, like, they just don't mind whatsoever because they know that they've already done enough. And it seemed like Influence Rage was taking that route as time went on. But actually, I need to deviate just for a moment, because FaZe, we watched this in the final moments here, Jason, and it was unbelievable. The fact that they were able to squeak by in the last game with one of the biggest games of Survival Stage to get to this spot is something worth mentioning.
But that's what kind of worries me with FaZe, is that typically when we see the zones or them not be center zone, we're not really seeing big games out of them. And even the games they are center zone, they sometimes don't get these big ones. Yes, they've had 2 chicken dinners, Max, but besides that one match we saw yesterday, the final game of the day, we haven't seen FaZe Clan be a true CCT.
I would say, though, FaZe changed their mentality in that last game. I think they had to. I think that, as you mentioned, Jason, there were issues for the rest of the matches for them. They struggled. And especially avoiding water treatment on that final Miramar, the way they just transitioned, played the high ground to have maximum kind of information on the teams around them, and then transitioning into that BTR compound. I think the execution was perfect. So if we can see more of that kind of follow-up and overall strategy in these matches, I think that is going to be the approach that FaZe requires to make it into the grand finals, with Mela's best game, I would say, of his entire career so far. I think they're going to be really hyped after that last game, and hopefully build more confidence and momentum, or your favorite word, Kalaris, heading into today.
Absolutely. It was a magical game, let's be real. It was a magical game for them and a magical moment for them to get here. However, I still do need more on the board to prove that they're going to get a top 5, because right now it's out of reach unless they can make somehow these magical moments happen 3 games in a row, for example.
And obviously, with only 12 matches to play, 1 or 2 bad games could be the decider between getting through to the grand finals and unfortunately having to watch it from home. And for me, looking towards our first match here on Sandhawk, I immediately start to think about 2 teams in particular. That Northwest Island of Gladiators and Team Queso. We saw day 1 of Survival Stage, Gladiators rotate into Queso and just got obliterated. They got made fun of. Will that happen again? Probably, because Gladiators, for some reason, don't seem to be the team to adapt and change things up properly. But obviously, like that's what I'm kind of getting at. Like for Queso, the pride of Latin America on their shoulders, if they can step up here. But obviously, they have Gladiators on the same island. I wonder if we're going to have a little bit of a hot drop happen between the 2, or any sort of armistice between them.
I would say armistice or Gladiators. Look, if you're Gladiators, you ask yourself this simple question: do we want to die early? No. Just don't do whatever the hell you did last time. No, that's a pretty good game plan. You know, if you are Team Queso and Gladiators heading into Sanhok, you don't fight each other, because you know all of your bridges are gate kept. You got FaZe, you got Mad Balls, you got Reject. You are going to struggle to transition in case the circle isn't quite favorable for that island. So you need to think how you want to rotate really quickly. Taking that fight is just going to delay your rotation. You're allowing the other teams that are on those bridges to gatekeep you even more efficiently, because they have time to loot and set up properly. That fight, it would be a massive throw, Jason, if it happens. So I'm really hoping it does not go down.
I mean, considering the progression from stage to stage, you can get away with doing those kind of things and losing in group stage. You can get away with those kinds of things and losing in survival stage. Last chance, you cannot get away with that. Even if it is just 1 Sandhawk per day, you have to play it more, I'm just going to say it, more maturely. You have to think about these repercussions a little bit more going into the next stages, going even into the next circles on a Sandhawk. So I think they're going to play a bit more of a restrained style compared to just driving into a team as 4 in 1 car.
Yeah, I mean, before it was top 16 that qualified out of 24. It was a lot more forgiving than now. A top 5 teams out of top 16. Like, you cannot afford those mistakes. 1 bad game out of 12, that is a massive ratio. So you need to have a good game from the get-go here if you want to have a chance to make it.
Well, let's see if GG can look to the good game here off the bat. Let's throw it to our commentators to kick off our first match of the Last Chance qualifier. It's Jackie, it's Blank, and they're going to take it away.
put us together and you get Blanky. And you'd need that, Blank, because you're going to need some comfort, mate, because these spots to move forward, oh, Blank, the competition's going to be explosive, mate.
Dude, look, you need a weighted blanket at this rate because you need something to weigh you down because this game is going to knock you off your feet coming straight through. We got the gyro on board with the boys. Look, they're showing it off. You do Alliance, they're ready to go. They're going to be spinning around. I would love to see some of these player cams during the game because you know they're making some mad moves on the fly. But heading up to Sandhawk, start things off here, right? Obviously, we talked about Gladiators. I don't want to talk about them too much. I think there's some way better teams over in this lobby right now that probably do deserve to get into that top 5. I mean, Mad Bulls had a really good streak out. Influence Rage, that Brazilian team that really brought the fire in their survival stage. And you know what? BTR even, I really like the way they play. Yes, they fell off just a little bit towards the end of their survival stage, but I think their plan was sound. But it's the first map of the day here, Jackie.
Sandhawk, as we've seen time and time again, Sandhawk can be such an upsetting start for some of our teams. It can really be a bumpy ride and a rude awakening. And with only 12 games over the course of the next 2 days here, with today included, your opportunity for points to make it into that top 5 is limited. It has to start off with success on Sandhawk. So let's see what we get. And Blank, the amount of talent, man, the amount of names that actually did make it in terms of the storylines is pretty damn sick. So the potential for the fights we're going to be seeing today could really, really be sick.
We got a crazy last chance here. This last chance sort of looks like a PMGC Grand Finals lobby to me. And it's really, really difficult for me to say that because so many years we have seen specific 5 teams look like they're going to easy make it in, but already the hot drop comes through down towards our southwest side. It is our 2 teams going head to head versus one another. Inco versus Mad Bulls. What can Inco get done here? Will they be able to dismount the Mad Bulls? Because last time this happened, it went pretty unfavorably for both teams.
Mad Bulls, they've had a rough streak of defending this. It's happened countless times, even back in regulation in their initial group stage games. Their very first game of the tournament, I remember them suffering some heavy casualties here towards Ruins, and it did ruin their chance for early points on the day. Third party pulling up though, and Inco go from being the side that wants to strike on Mad Bulls to now putting their backs up, realizing they're taking pot shots from the hillside, Blank.
And I mean, to be fair, this is something that we expected to happen much sooner, that Frozen opens up over towards Corker, and Squash will find Frozen with the explosion on the vehicle, probably alongside, assisted by that nade, and then Ebeche opens up onto Fleek, just 2 players remaining. Vector does good work, but that drops them down to 1 now, Jackie.
Oh, still trying to fight their way through this. About cleaning up now. About trying to save your bacon as much as possible and not leave this one with lots of casualties into the 1v1 effectively. Zerich looking for the peek round the corner, trying to bait it off the contact from his teammate. Vitali with the clear, has the DBS, hits it on the fadeaway, and Mad Bulls go down quick.
Suffering to Inco there. Managed to all pick up kind of DBSs and S12Ks. Really made the fight a lot easier with some nice nades placed in there by Squash. I wonder if it was actually a gas canister that took down Frozen at the end of it. Really rough if that was the case. I like the play from Enigma Galaxy as well. They spotted out that this occurred a few times over in the survival stage. They knew that they're close by down towards the south side in Sami. They sent 2 players up to investigate. Potentially, they might have got themselves even a quick elimination off the back of that, but nothing found. But it is Inco to go on, this time with 3 players and 4 eliminations. A big match for them.
Oh no. The Japanese side of Rejects already taking heavy casualties here, it seems, as they're somewhat fragmented. You've got individual fights from multiple players from Reject and Influence Rage looking out for one another. Seems that they have at least been able to separate Sara from the rest of the pack, and he's gone for good. And that's a man that can be really useful for Reject late game. It feels like Sara activates the longer the game goes on and has had some picture-perfect utility. So with him out of commission so early, could come back to bite them in the bottom blank. Makes it harder already being down to just 3 players rather than the 4 off the back of the get-go.
Yeah, you never want that to happen. They're running directly over towards Gladiators now, who did drop down in from that north side. They crossed the bridge rather early here into position, waiting around this area. They love to head over towards Trifecta, but Influence Rage have already claimed that position of the map here, Jackie, so far. So Rejects stuck between Gladiators and Influence Rage. Inco and Ruins haven't quite left yet.
Team Queso, meanwhile, they've been doing a wide old rotate, getting a swim on, so they're nice and wet down in the water, keeping themselves clean for now, looking for their rotate. OCO's just trying to get a lay of the land and assess if he's going to be peeked out here. They have made it onto the beach as well, so you can start to clamber your way back up the dry land and keep your wits about you as you are in Gladiators territory. And Kitsune coming over the ridge there. Engine noise purring would have given up the game, so at least they are aware that people are close by, and Gladiators aren't sticking around for too long. So they get out of dodge, won't get stabbed in the back. They're able to go link up with the rest of the squad in Meku and Co, and potentially look to fight further forward onto Reject now, and look if they can maybe squeeze a few more points out of them, Blank, because they're so fragmented after losing Sarah. There is potential for it.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, it's good there that Kitsune regroups the team rather quickly, because there has been a few times where we'll see Kitsune go down really early. Parajim lobs a nade over. Will take a lot of damage over towards Reject. DX, incredibly good team. Really performed outstandingly over in their survival stage. You love to see them play. Does bounce the nade just a little bit, but somewhat of an unfortunate one. Gets caught on the railings there, Jackie. It is what it is. Has a couple of bullets to play around with here with the S12K2, but everyone's really rocking those shotguns. Team Queso finds Meku, immediately flushes him. And again, this is the case of what the guys on the desk talked about, is not getting caught off guard by Team Queso. This little cheeky rotation in the water up on towards the coastal side has really thrown Gladiators for a loop, and Reject even spot the happenings over on this side, but it will be OCO to hit the floor.
You can see the knock-on effect with how this has been going then. Gladiators move into Rejects. You get the backstab coming up from the rear to at least deal a little bit of damage onto them from Queso. Nice nade used again there. That was OCO that for quite some time has been separated from the rest of the team. This is the only remaining members of the Japanese squad now. Trapped upstairs in the compound with DX laying claim to the building beneath. You've been eating damage from the nades as well. And that's always the speciality of DX. They're so damn good with the nades, Blank, and they prove it again here. Nice dash through the window. Lufa's really quite low. Wants to go for the heal, but has to play off Julo's contact. So he rotates over to at least assist him whilst he gets himself topped back up. But you're dealing damage to it and making them feel a bit uncomfortable here. DX want to play it cleanly, though. If you can find these last two players without any casualties, that's the dream scenario.
Yeah, I think for Reject as well, like, currently having to make some weird and odd moves to kind of maneuver themselves around Pine Down with Ducksan off in the distance and DX taking a lot of angles here. It has been tough for Reject to get into position. In the meantime, Procedure Evos, they take a knock and a flush coming through from IHC, who were on the hunt yesterday in survival stage. And now they're looking for a little bit more, just chasing teams down there. You can see them setting themselves up for a nasty gatekeep on that south side versus Procedure Evos. BTR still have to move in too.
IHC on our screens now again as well. Yesterday, looking really crisp in their games during survival stage. Very confident with the gun skill, roaming and farming up an awful lot of points. Course correcting right now as they rotate round the outer edge. Seems like they might run into Yudu Alliance. A potential for a bit of a battle there. DX, after always applying so much pressure, it seems like they've opted against overcommitting and tunnel visioning into the fight versus Reject, as they knew Ducksan were almost there as well. So they back off, go for a compound instead, and start to think towards the future, squirreling away the points that they found, but not over-egging it. Team Queso back in a boat and into the blue once more, Blank. Their flank was only good for the one tag, so that's all they get from it.
Yeah, I think for Team Queso, maybe moving up the riverside here. Again, this is a difficult circle for a lot of teams, you know. We talked about this yesterday in the sense that there were some fairly easy circles to play around with on Sandhawk in survival stage where they would confirm themselves up to any which island, but in the last chance now, of course, it had to be a bit more rough for a lot of these squads where this doesn't really confirm over towards the northwest, south, or eastern island. We're stuck in the middle of the confluence of the rivers. It's going to be rough for a lot of these teams. Influence Rage, though, they get a really good chance off the back of this. Being able to play on Trifecta in that compound has a lot of good sight lines off towards boot camp and being able to be a really strong position to hold in. The question is whether FaZe will be able to move down on that bridge on the south side, maybe blast their way into the front loaded edge of that Trifecta, take down a couple of players from Influence Rage and reclaim that spot. But again, it will all depend on stage 3, stage 4, because this is a very uncertain circle so far. And I think a lot of teams aren't quite knowing where this is going to end up. DX as well as Duxan both left Painan. They realized it's not likely to be a Painan circle anymore. And BTR decided they'd take residence in there in the meantime. IHC, though, on the screens, going from fight to fight at the moment. Looking over towards Udo Alliance now. That's Olio. Trapped off in the distance, stuck in the blue.
And IHC, they sized this one up a fair few minutes ago. They've been taking a couple of pot shots and at least forcing them back. So confidence for Udo Alliance going to be rattled somewhat. And they do opt for the getaway. Spacing's there between all of them as well, but they've got vehicles for the move, so it won't be all doom and gloom. Udo Alliance can relink. Meanwhile, the side that really has been stuck in the muck today, it feels like Reject have been hit with the unlucky stick. Fragmented from the get-go, losing Sarah instantly. The longer the game's gone on, the harder it's been for them. Right now, just treading water and hoping to keep themselves afloat in the game in two ways here, as they just need to tuck in under the bridge and stay out of trouble, really, Blank, because you're already so low in HP and down to the bare minimum in terms of manpower.
Yeah, for Reject, I think they realize how important Sandhawks can be, where you do want to keep yourself nice and healthy in terms of points, even if it's just 1 or 2 on the game. But what a cruel circle this one is. Sends everyone up towards that northeast side. Boot camp becomes a big feature, and there's only really a few teams close by to take advantage of that. Rook is on the south side, could potentially push in towards some of those compounds on the southern edge later on. Udo Alliance is throwing a bit of a bone as well, as they're able to get ahead of IHC, now into a position where they could make it in towards boot camp, but they don't take the risk. Instead, it's IHC to fly on past them, but some nice shots from Iftar will at least lift Godless out of the vehicle.
Godless, he could be a big impact fragger for this team. We saw that yesterday. He was really putting up some big numbers. So being able to stop him from swelling early into Sandhawk is a good start, putting Godless back down to reality. Meanwhile, IHC, they've been on the move once again, going from Udo Alliance to putting their focus on DX. The side that we've already seen today has been roaming and looking pretty confident to take battles where possible. You've got a little bit of spacing between them, both of them. Didn't expect the quick flick out from Alex, who has been on point blank. His gun spill's been really good the past couple days, hitting so many blinders. On that one, he sees Udo Alliance off to the distance, keeps the pressure on them, doesn't want to let them feel comfortable. But nothing about this is comfortable. Boot camp right now is chock-a-block with squads.
It's a difficult ending for a lot of teams, and if you're on the outer edge, a lot of times that can spell doom and gloom for you. We do get an initial knock over towards Inco. Vitali drops. 3 players here from Gladiators looking to go up against the Inco squad, and now just down to 2 after early engagement with the Mad Bulls. Haven't really left ruins from that point, and Gladiators have been very comfortable just trying to hold this team out in the meantime. But again, it's Team Queso, Gladiators, Inco, Duxan, BTR on these outer edges. No real hope in hell of getting over towards boot camp now. You have to play on those outer positions, which is what DX has been so good at, is immediately identifying those really strong points within the circle and been not afraid to just push in very, very early onto them. So well done to DX, get 4 players into the circle there, and they'll be happy with this position going forward. Just need to hold on to it for the time being. Freak, Enigma Galaxy attempt to get into boot camp themselves, but it's too late. Again, that greedy rotate in the late game seems to be coming back to haunt Enigma Galaxy.
It was something we saw from them very commonly Their eyes were a bit bigger than their belly back in the survival stage, and they would run some risks, have some late timings, and leave themselves susceptible to losing the possibility to aggregate points in these games. For now, they just stick inside of their compound, but the zone's going to be shifting, so we'll see who this favors and where pressure is going to be applied. Fair amount of water, but actually quite nice for one squad in particular. Rook are going to be having a field day with this blank, and they've been so good when they get center, when they get compound control and can just defend. That's where we've seen them play some of their best PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, Default as well has been so strong when it comes to that defensive behaviors, right? It's been amazing to see him grow as a player during the survival stage. Procedure Evos, Redface drops the Molotov over towards Udo Alliance as they attempt to get a little bit too close to him for comfort. Pulls out the nade here, Jackie. So Procedure backing off just slightly. Good amount of damage there. Just continues to put the pressure on. This is over towards the eastern side right now. The team isn't fully grouped for Udo Alliance, and Procedure Evo similarly have lost a player. So playing with 3 here, attempting to hold off a full 4-man squad.
More smokes than a nightclub right now as they're trying to keep this place shrouded so that you can't get line of sight onto Udo Alliance. Zuxi at least will find a bit of a tag, but it's the peek from the back line. Swinging in from the rock, hitting the shots onto Redface and leaving him now knocked. Scared about the hillside, and right to be so. Duxan are starting to push down blank. They're going to have their eyes and ears about them on this one. Hoxie's able to strike with the first. Link will steal away the points, but this head-to-head has turned into a third-party fight for control of the compounds now.
Yeah, I mean, for Duxan, it was a nice cheeky rotate. They moved up from Painan, swung hard on the eastern side, above both Udo Alliance and Procedure Evos. Olio going down for Udo Alliance is really bad news. That guy was doing the majority of the work for the team. He saw there, opening things up with a fantastic little off angle over towards Procedure Evos, but it's not quite enough. In the meantime, it is BTR to take down the final remnants there of Reject. Going down in 15th place feels pretty horrible for this squad. Not getting too much off the back of it. Procedure Evos, though, still giving it gas over towards Udo Alliance, and they're falling like flies here, Jackie.
They are. They're starting to crumble. The defense is shaken. Udo Alliance might be going down quickly. Link wants to go in and hit them with a masterclass on the DBS. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy off towards the hillside. Third partying again onto what remained of Duxan. Cluck, he's still standing, armed with a shot. He dives out the window as the nades will detonate in his previous position. Redface connected onto. He falls. Second peak, though, on the jump shot, and it is a trade back from Link.
Just Links remaining now to keep going forwards. Difficult news ahead for a lot of these teams. Lovely circle for Rook once again, but as Brute Force trying to attempt to push in on towards one of those northern compounds, and I think Rook may have lost a player in that situation. They opt to just send further down towards that southern side and just give up the ghost over towards Brute Force. Influence Rage, DX, IHC will all have to fight for control on the southern edge, and IHC have a significant advantage considering their position in the circle. It's still in. So they're most likely going to be able to gatekeep DX as well as Influence Rage whilst they're being pressured by the blue to push them in. The difficulty is that IHC, this Mongolian squad, only with 3 players alive. But Alex, Yol, Demo, all really strong players in their own right. And with the little gulch in between them, this could be a good position to take their stand.
It's the nades as well. They're going to be worth their weight in gold here. A well-placed grenade could be the difference of this fight going the way of IHC. Right now, they're trying to use the nades from DX's side to clear out the close range angles. They go for the advanced wrap as well, diving in a vehicle to close the distance. Levi's thought he had the drop on them individually, but Zol was crisp, ready with the DBS, denies entry on the shotgun. Meanwhile, Gladiators are clashing against FaZe as well, so the fights across the battleground here on Sandhog are raging on, and pressure's now applied to DX. You're in an equal footing now, 3 versus 3 as they try and close that distance. Brute Force on our screens as well as they've collapsed on Rook, and it looks like they're starting to find success on this one. Rami's rotating down to assist, but can they clean up?
I mean, for Brute Force, they allowed them in, right? Did Rook? They Sauntered off towards that south side, gave Brute Force a false sense of security. I thought Eugene would go down, but he held on marvelously from that front end there. Levi's goes down to Lynx. That's a stolen elimination coming through on the bootcamp side of things, but Brute Force will be out now, taken down by Rook. A really nice hold from them, but DX is just suffering to the squad coming through from IHC, who are doing a wonderful job to hold on to their position. Influence Rage also sending in from the side, bided their time here, waited for their moment to strike, and now just Demo. This is classic Brazilian gameplay on the third party.
Look at the way Demo's playing it, though. He's really hoping that if they just don't clear the angle, if they don't spot him here, that potentially he's got room to breathe. It triggered discipline as well, Blank. You love to see this. He lets the first man out, doesn't respond just yet. He's sizing it up and trying to decide when to strike. Finally engages, sees the second player, the door opens, quick switch onto the secondary, wants the first on it, couldn't quite get the elim.
Couldn't get the elim off the back of that, but like you said, you got to love the trigger discipline on him. He was just waiting for a long time, got a little bit too nervous there. Paragin, last player alive for DX, able to get through this one a little bit more, but with Rook's position in the circle, feels more and more confirmed like they're going to get this. We set up the storyline right at the beginning that this is a team that's excellent at defending central positions. Gladiators out on the outer edge as well, but it's BTR that my eyes are focused on. On towards the south side, I think they have one of the best chances to attempt to get in towards this circle as a 4 and try and take down Rook, but they are peppering them with bullets right now. Paragin forced to move out, but Influence Rage, they're going to put a stop to that one.
Influence Rage, they're going to be furious with losing a man from the squad. They're going to want to start to bash back instantly and shut down Paragin. Make sure they can squeeze any extra elim points out of this one if possible and stand tall towards the end of the battle of boot camp. Paragin is just playing out the time, using the blue to the best of his advantage to at least try and lurk back into the zone. Late push has been knocked over, it seems, as Gladiators are fighting 2 battles at once, with Queso trying to deal damage from a distance. Matix on the move, going from rock to rock and trying to keep himself safe. So many angles you're exposed to. Meanwhile, it's BTR that are at the top of the hill, putting pressure on Rook once again as well. And these fights just aren't stopping, Blank. There is a lot of pressure being applied right now.
Yeah, Gladiators go out there. 60 just left out in the blue. Nice side swipe there from Team Queso. I think they did take a knock on a flush in return, but so far, it's BTR have been doing really well. Getting up this hill side is not easy versus Rook, and Rook's recalled some of their players down towards this south side. They realize they need all the help they can get here if they want to hold on to this one. They had such a good chance at getting themselves a chicken dinner, but another knock comes through. Pusher is down. Procedure Eagles, 2 players still remaining. They have fought tooth and nail to stay into this game. Law next on the menu for Lynx.
Oh, mate, he is the law right now. Full Judge Dredd level plays as he puts the hammer down with the weapon, silencing them. And Influence Rage go up in a puff of smoke. The top dogs that we expected to see throwing up with some dominance into this game. I haven't really been able to find that, and these fights are not stopping. DBS for Papi Potro wants to punish from a distance, hits the first one to BTR, going in for the second as well. Clean up crew plays as he shuts them down.
Team Queso killing it during this match. Up to 10 eliminations from some cheeky plays from in the water. We got Big Milo up on top, but Lynx can't step up for too long with Defo already spotting him out. Rook do not want to lose this game. They've still got 3 players versus Team Queso's just 1 now. They're up to 5 eliminations. The chicken dinner looks so likely for this squad, and now even more so with just 2 players left alive. Procedure Evos weathering the storm. Lynx prowling his way through the map. Papi Potro looking to get a little bit further into this one. Wants to take down the last remaining member from Procedure Evos, but he's got a good idea where he is. Starts to lob the nades over.
The Solos want to fight for that guaranteed second place, but it's Papi Potro that's putting them in their place. Strikes onto Default, knocks him down. Potro's been playing a great game. Even firsts for it as well, guaranteeing himself the elimination on that one with the DBS quick switch. This has been a masterclass from him. And Queso are clamoring closer and closer to a potential second, but you're so low on health. Hasn't got time to pop up a bandage, reset his HP bar. But that's what Lynx is going for.
What is going
Leaves
on?
himself exposed though, Blank. Papi Potro with the shot. He's going for the dash as well, trying to get himself into a better position towards the death box. Runs out, gives it up, takes the second place on the chin, but that was sick.
Difficult game for Rook. At the end of it, it's Papi Potro coming through with the big Papi plays. what a gamer towards the end. Takes down Lynx, takes down Pusher, gets the double flush on both. A lot of eliminations found there from Team Queso, which is going to shoot them towards the top side, the lobby. And from a play on Camp Alpha on that northwest side, what a game from them. A lot of teams putting a lot of stock over towards boot camp, and you sort of have to take those risks if you're in range of getting it in, right? So for IHC, DX, Influence Rage, they all try and go for that play where the circle guarantees on boot camp, but it's Rook who plays their hand early, decides they're going to wait it out, play the patience game, holding that compound down towards the south side, but he got Hairy Man, and that's how you know we're in last chance. Some of the best teams in the world all battling out, and even if you get that circle look early on, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a chicken dinner off the back of it.
I think that's great from Rook there in the sense that all the elements that we were impressed by over the course of the past few days, Blank, were bubbling to a boil very quickly for them there. Smart reads in terms of the rotations, a little bit of luck when it comes to the circle blessing you as well, but being in a position to control those compounds, to play that defensive style, having players like Default hitting their shots as well, always helps. So that's a huge chicken dinner. But Queso, honestly, for me, I think in terms of the rotations we saw during that game and how they were approaching it overall, that was some really heads-up stuff. They were really switched on for this first game, Blank.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've got to stay switched on this whole day because it's only going to get more and more intense. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be sending you back over the desk where they'll break this game down.
You know, we all got to enjoy Rook taking home the chicken dinner here. But I really want to talk about Team Queso. What a ridiculous match out of them as well, coming in from the Northwest Island Max. You're watching the rotations as well in this match, and the thing is, they had to rotate not once, but twice.
Yeah, they're like, oh, Southern Western Island. Oh, wait, this phase 2 sucks. We just got to re-rotate back up Northwest. And actually, it's really weird because FaZe, I mean, you can see in this position, FaZe could have gone for that rotation across the river so much earlier, but Team Queso were just so much faster on that pivot, on that rotate, and they were able to actually, we'll give you the win, we'll get the elimination.
You're focusing on Queso as well. I mean, yeah, Rook was here, they got the victory, but they were here since the Circle 2 pop, right? So they should have been able to hold it down, and Default even also getting himself the MVP of the match after being the MVP of Survival, so fantastic for him. But Queso, the way in which they were playing this game, really patient, really calm, really collected, right? There's always so many moments where you could have rotated down to that South Island and then just tried to bulldoze your way in and hope for the best. But no, they were like, okay, the circle's moved away from us. This is not the opportune entry point. Let's look for another one. Let's look for another option. And it worked out splendidly.
Yeah. Oh, I'm happy Bigetron.
Oh, wow.
We're doing big stuff again. I just really enjoy saying the name. But yeah, and Link's able to survive for the side of Procedure Evos. They were playing the hilltop east of Painan for a big portion of this match, and then just easily transition to the eastern side of Bootcamp Hill. And you're just going to survive pretty much. Even as a solo, Lynx could have maybe competed for a win at the end, because we know that solos on Sanok can put a dent in the position of these teams if they can play that one correctly. So good on Procedure to get some extra survival time, because they needed it. They barely qualified for the last chance of this tournament, so them able to at least get a few placement points on board, that's going to put them a bit more at ease for the rest of the day.
There's still a lot of teams I wanted to actually focus on here, so let's speed this up a little bit because we only have 4 minutes until we get into the next match. We got to talk about Gladiators a little bit. We have to talk about the drops. Max, we were talking about it in particular, and you were very happy to see some adaptation within the team.
I was like, Gladiators doing a change? No way. I don't believe it. I mean, it was really cool. So one thing they used to do in the past when they used to drop Northwestern Island is they used to have this big split, get all the trash loot, and regroup after, while Tixie dropped on Trifecta to transition. Because Reject drop on Trifecta, they sent Matic actually across the Western Bridge north of Ruins, which actually is a very cool transition point. Maybe you can third party a fight of Inco versus Mad Bulls.
Oh, yeah.
I know that's something you want to talk about, Kalaris.
That's exactly where we're going next.
That's a good adaptation from Gladiators, so I like that change. Of course, going uphill is going to be tough as you transition away from Trifecta, but it's at least a good modification from Gladiators that I am happy to see.
Yeah.
Inco Mad Bulls, he teed it up for you, Kalaris. You want to talk about Gladiators, or you want to talk about those two?
I mean, it makes it even more precarious and more scary that you would make that hot drop in Ruins, right? Like Inco and Mad Bulls, these are two teams that could, in theory, challenge for those top 5 spots. Yet they're both so willing to go into a hot drop scenario here when they have proven, it has been proven, that Nigma Galaxy is willing to third party instantly, and Ruins is a rubbish place to hot drop each other because sometimes you're using the cover, which is outside of the buildings, and you're open completely to all of those lines of sight from Nigma Galaxy and potentially even Gladiators now if they're making that kind of adjustment. So stop it.
Yeah,
there you go.
I was about to say exactly as you said, like the fact that now Gladiators are added to that equation is just, it doesn't matter if you go in and win the fight and you go north or south, you're going to have 2 teams stopping that rotation from happening in the first place. And it sucks too because we were looking at this game, the phase 2 circle that again sucked, it was horrible, it went on trifecta. If you win that fight in Ruins, if you survive as a 3-4-man team, you can easily transition into trifecta and at least make into a top 5 position, I'd say. So at least there's only one Sanhok a day. It's not going to be that impactful, but I just hope that tomorrow we're not going to see that hot drop happen again, because over 12 matches, that one game might just ruin your chances of going in the grand finals.
And it makes you think about something you said, Klaus, during the match, is that, like, why would you kind of hot drop there and potentially handicap yourself for the match as well? Like, losing one, potentially 2 players, you're putting yourself in an unwinnable position pretty much.
In some hot drop scenarios, there is a potential winner and a potential loser, right? Like that happens in Pachinki and these other places and things like that. In Ruins, almost never is there a really truly a winner, because again, you are so open when you try and transition away from it, or those third parties are looking at you, or you even lose someone in the start of the hot drop anyway. So
Yeah, well, you know what? We don't have to see any more Sandhawks anymore today, except tomorrow we'll still have one more, but it's time to head into our marathon of Erangels, all 3 back-to-back with Jackie and Blake.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, this is normally where, things get a little bit more consistent, but with how this lobby's already shown us it's going to go, Blank, I think we can kind of throw any scripts out the window. I think we just have to take it as it comes over these next 3 games.
We do, yeah. And I mean, honestly, it's been absolutely mad so far. Team Queso with that incredible clutch at the end from Papi Potro. But 3 Erangels to basically sandwich between our Miramars and our Sanhok here. But it's just 12 matches total, all right? So every single game here matters so much for all these squads. IHC suffering just a little bit on that last game as they went in towards bootcamp. Maybe if they had 4 players, it could have been a different story. Either way, I do think the Influence Rage's play was extremely well coordinated. Managed to shift themselves in towards that western side of bootcamp, keep themselves incredibly safe for a very long time, and out of the prying eyes of both those teams in DX and IHC, and then open things up towards the end there. So they're very good when it comes to timing those third parties, which is going to be a scary factor for all these squads. You can tell everyone is laser focused today here, Jackie.
Yeah, no room for mucking about. And that's the way you've got to approach it, Blank. From game 1 all the way to the end of game 12, you need to be playing simply your best PUBG. There is no other exception to it. Every game needs to have elims. Every game, you've got to be thinking about the placements, because there's only 5 spots up for grabs. It's incredibly fierce. That's an incredibly hard format to have to play around and try and keep that sort of mentality in your mind that, look, even if we muck up one game, we've got to go straight back in. We've got to go twice as hard in the next one to make up for it. So for Mad Bulls, that's probably where their heads are at right now. Off the back of having a rough start on the first map of Sanhok, you've got to come into Erangel fresh, forget about it, compartmentalize what happened on the first map, and really just show up massively in terms of the game here now, Blank.
Yeah, stick it in a cardboard box. I mean, if you go out instantaneously on that first Sanhok, you sort of have to be thinking about getting a chicken dinner here on this map, or at least a high elimination game to make up for that one match that you just lost out on a huge amount of points on, not even potentially getting those placement points, because like you said, it's the top 5 that makes it through. So if you're going out first, it's not a case of, oh, I can still make it to a top 8 at the end of the day. You're looking for a 5th place spot. So you need that chicken dinner now to even out those playing points, because some of these other teams are going to keep getting those consistent points map after map. So for Mad Bulls, that is very much a big thing on their minds. Team Case, on the other hand, I just want to see them keep doing the same thing because they were looking really good in their survival stage in terms of keep putting up the pressure, getting better and better throughout their games, but already a Sandhawk circle to start things off here in the last chance stage on our angle. This is an exciting start for all of us.
He said it must be something to do with when me and you are here, man. It feels like this circle has become so much more common. We love a coast-side, it seems. Ooh, down by the seaside is what we're seeing here, though. IHC up against Inco already. So the hot drops were not a one-off. It seems like there's more room for shenanigans in the opening moments of these games, and this is going to be one of them. Two sides that we know have a ton of talent that we've seen really going the extra mile over the course of the survival stage. Now in last chance, which one of them is going to falter, or will they have that discipline to back off and give up a fight before they throw everything into the wind?
We know that Inco's nades have been Supreme McQueen this entire tournament so far. Already got a few of them on board too, so for IHC, got to be a little bit worried about that. But for Inco, similarly, 4 eliminations on that last game, it's something, but it's not going to send you towards the top side of the lobby doing that. And if you're going to go for a hot drop, pretty much on Sandhawk and a wrangle here on over towards Nova Rep Noya every single game, I think Inco is sort of bottling their chances away here. Zul sends out a couple of stun grenades over towards Inco, tries to force out some shuffles. Here's some of the movement and try and locate where these players are, but Nenebeche, still as a statue here, doesn't want to give up anything.
Uh-oh, what's going on here as well? 2 solos in a very uncomfortable position, lurking in the back of the building. It's the peek out. Oh, Misery might actually be able to make a move on this one, Blank. He gets into the back room, didn't fall to the initial surprise attack. Ooh. You've got to peek into him now, and Kawasaki gives him the freebie. Oh, Misery, that is absolutely outrageous.
Kaiovsky just is not able to do it there, Jackie. A way unfortunate play. Had the drop on him as well. And I think, what saved him? It was the fact that he didn't have his gun out, right? If he had his gun out and he turned around, he'd be moving much slower, wouldn't have been able to react in time. The fact that he actually does have fists, which leaves him completely defenseless, by the way, gives him that chance to jump around the corner, get himself to safety, while Kaiovsky, stuck behind those boxes, didn't have time to respond, but really good plays there from Misery. And this is what it takes in the last chance to remain in here. Alex opens up here with the Honey Badger, will take down at least one of them over towards Vitali, making this into a 4v3 now.
So the opening knock. What's the response? How did Inco play around this? You've got a 1-2 split in terms of their setup right now. The front man behind the wall, that's going to be Squash. Just peeking over the broken wall and looking for fragments of info. Feels confident to peek here with the SMG. Good connection. Cleans up instantly onto the opener. Drops Godless down on the ground. Still assessing the situation, but backs off to join the rest of the squad. They know that Alex has breached into the compound. Zeo trying to go for the revive as well, but those bullets will make him second guess his decision, and Alex has to provide overwatch. This is actually turning into a fight now where Inco look to have respect commanded. They look to take situation control back now, Blank. They've got the res off and can reset on the fight.
Yeah, I think for Inco there, if anything, the knock actually assisted them on their side because it sort of forced IHC into a bit more of an aggressive mindset, tried to push a little bit too much, got impatient, and Inco were able to hold them off the back of it. Really fantastically done there. They get the res, full reset for both sides of these squads. Vitali's back up to full HP, so he must have had a med kit on him, which makes this even more difficult to play around with because you see Godless here and Demo, 70%, 30% apiece. Alex has to hit a big nade here, otherwise it's all over. It bursts a little bit too early. The shot coming through from upstairs, and IHC just cannot find themselves and in towards this fight here, Jackie.
IHC, they need a miracle. They need some help. The situation that started so well for them has quite quickly mounted into really a rough spot to be in. Alex is just trapped there with nothing to his name. He's got a little bit of backup from Demo at least, but even then, if you get peeked out here with the high ground that Inco have, under their sleeve. They should be able to make a good move out of this. Squash is waiting for the face. Ziol still just holding. Very awkward Kurt angle to be playing off of here. Vitali with another pickup. That's on the demo. It's a good tag there. IHC's rough days continue, and they just don't know how to respond. You'd have to do something so confidently on this one and take the fight directly to Inco, but that's a risky play. If it blows up in your face, you lose it all. Godless as well, just trying to keep an understanding of where they are. Has a sneaking suspicion of the peak from the elevated angle towards the roof, but you can't do too much from this blank. You're basically just a free man stuck in a building waiting for them to come in and take you out.
Oh, traps here now. Not able to do too much about it. Ziol goes for an aggressive peek here. Knows he's got to get something done, and something done now. Squash, even with a strong angle, and with the fact that these players all been locked up in one building, does make things very difficult. Squash drops up. Really nice play with the UMP. We'll find one, but there is a response. We're 2 apiece right now. 2 players alive for the guys on AHC. 2 players alive now for Inco. Vitali comes through with the DBS, looking to get more done. The shotgun's fully in close range now.
Punishment is starting to arrive, Blank, and its name is Alex. How have they turned this one around? It was such an elongated, awkward fight for them, where it really didn't look like they had much stock into it. But Alex, we've been singing his praises over the course of the whole tournament. And again, Blank, he just shows up when needed.
I mean, for that one, it went from impatience on the side of IHC to impatience on the side of Inco. As soon as they started to feel the fight slip from their grasp, right? They send all in with the DBSs and the shotguns, but Alex is not one to get put under too much pressure there. He's able to work around it, work with those tides and flows. Really, really nice done from IHC to keep themselves in the game there. Reject, though, losing Sarah on the approach to Udo Alliance. OCO off in the distance on barely any HP and will get taken out there too. Reject very much suffering. Down to 2 players once again, which seems to be a similar story that we keep on seeing from this team. And Reject Tokyo went from strength to weakness, and they just look vulnerable here in the last chance. Next circle shifts far down towards the southern edge. A lot of water still in play. A cruel circle to work with, but route towards the center. Once again here, Jackie, they're looking for that 5th place.
And Rook already showing us that the boxes we needed to see tick today are well and truly covered. They've been hitting their shots, they've been playing smart, and they've had those early heads-up defense when it comes to the circles. Very quick on their feet with the rotates. Everyone being pulled towards the circle, though, like magnets at this point, sucking them in as they race to try and get there ahead of one another. Enigma Galaxy here on the move seem to have run across Gladiators, and they will pull out the blade, slicing their way through Coops initially as Matic will connect onto him. So already down 1 man, and Coops has been a bit of a star player for them as well, Blanks. That's rough, losing that young gun so early.
Yeah, losing Coops is pretty devastating to Enigma Galaxy. It's these rotates once again that come through. Feel just a little bit careless at times, but I think you can sort of forgive them on this game if you are a fan of them. This circle is very, very mean, and if Enigma Galaxy want to get some big points on this game and try and redeem themselves from that last match, they sort of needed to go for something big here. So they sent in, but they lose Coops. And like you said, the man, the spearhead right at the front, that's going to cause some issues going into the future. We'll see if Ralph, Lord, and Freak are able to hold down the fort in the meantime. Reject off towards their eastern side right now. They're just living on us too. Probably want to keep their nose clean for quite some time. DX also had a long rotate in the boats on this south side. But we're going to slow things down just a little bit now. Down to 15 teams, 54 players. A lot of squads have lost a couple of members here and there. Influence Rage also attempting to make their way through on that north side, but it's brute force constantly in the wings.
Being nipped at by the blue then, but still just playing it slow, waiting to edge guard here towards the bridge when brute force pull up to the party. That's what the play is all about. Try and funnel them into a choke point and look to accuse some extra points off the back of it. They might narrowly want to avoid this one if they're aware of it, your options to rotate really are quite limited. You've either got the 2 bridges or the big blue. And going through that H2O will leave you so susceptible. So topping themselves up first as they take a pit stop. Meanwhile, DX, we can see that they've arrived back on land with a late rotate round the back, playing off the coast here towards the Broken Islands at the backhand side. So you've got a nice bit of free real estate, really, Blank. They can keep themselves out of trouble for a substantial amount of time and just let the other squads do the big fights for them, potentially even spit some bullets out to steal elims. Oh, the zone's not too bad for them either. That's worked out pretty perfectly. A lot of water on this one though, so it is really going to be rough in terms of the spacing that is not there for Evos and Queso as they run into one another.
Besiege Evos of that last game able to get themselves a nice second place off the 13 points off the back of it. And they really went through hell to get where they were in the circle. Link's doing a fantastic job to get themselves that third place. Nades over the tops from Luxy here, who has been a massive standout for the team. Looking to see what he can get hit. There's a big amount of damage, but by the time that nade hits, they're already starting to evacuate the area. Luxy looking for a wide angle here. Big Milo peeking over the smoke, trying to peer through the mist in the process. And Luxy looks for another grenade. It's his last one in the pocket. Wants it to be successful.
Nades flying out. None of them finding the success that he was hoping for. Yudu Alliance with the punishing blow onto Nigma. Lord, he's just lurking on the broken rocks now, firing bullets into the pool, hoping that those will land on target. Take Zerich out of commission, but he's called for the backup and the cavalry is arriving quickly. All of them in their vehicles pull up to the party. Lord with a backstab on one, but far too many players to focus on there. He gets overwhelmed.
I mean, that's a fantastic rotate coming through from the Mad Bulls, right? Zerich sends into the water, tries to scout at least something in this situation, gets the bead on that. These players, they're looking like they're in a rough spot. The rest of the squad flies in on top of them. I think they make it in with 3 players total with Frozen down on his feet. Should be able to bring him back up into the play. But again, this is not a bad spot for Mad Bulls to live out quite a bit of this game now, Jackie. BTR on the northern edge, they got themselves one of the early compounds, and that will keep them safe for quite some time. It's a nice position to be playing in, but so many more teams want a better advantage into these games.
And for the meantime, you really do have to slow it down a little bit. The tempo can't continue. I'm going to go by a bit of a different beat of the drum now. As you know that making any mistakes in the situation you're in is going to be very costly for Mad Bulls. They were aware of the angle Freak was playing, but he's still allowed to just peek in. Oh, they nearly denied it. Barely survives with a sliver of health. As he'll be counting his blessings. Probably won't be peeking back in to try and steal points anytime soon. Stealing points, though, is happening here as they crash down. This is going to be brute force going in for the push to where Influence Rage were hiding out. Influence Rage somewhat fragmented, though, up on top of the building. That's Lil Boy that's going for the getaway and seems to have duked them.
The boys on Influence Rage and Brute Force just following each other around. Brute Force sending nades over the top whilst they hide inside the shelter. Inside the bunker itself, keeping themselves nice and healthy. Circle centers up down towards that south side, and BTR look to be in a great spot to take this game for themselves and bump their points up in a big way. Currently a 6 points total. Rook also on that northern edge did take some fire down towards FaZe as FaZe ripped into the Gladiators, leaving them just at 2 players now on that southern coast with Meku, and I believe it is Tixi alive in that area. IHC also fighting versus Duxan. So much going on around the map as all these teams are forced into one another. Big Molly on the floor. Alex has a big task ahead of him. Gets at least one, but it's Binny on the ground to take some good shots. There's a little bit of an assist here off in the distance, but is it enough?
This is so rough. Either side losing so much that's been invested into this fight. Alex burning out. He's going down quick. They want to finish him, and they will take him out.
Heyo!
Focus too heavily on the utility. Doesn't realize he's been swung on by Junie. Can't cancel it. Can't quick switch back to the gun. Finished off by Junie as they'll snatch that one away. And IHC dissipate.
At the very least there, IHC is able to confirm himself another elimination point. I sort of think the Godless realised he was going out. Gets 6 elims on the game, but quickly Duxan is picked up in the process. Not able to get too much done whatsoever. Misery off in the distance in a miserable position himself on the outside. The blue as Influence Rage removed themselves away from Brute Force, who were getting a lot done towards them. It's just Lil Boy, though, all on his lonesome, so it is a full 1v1 here. Misery. Like he can get something done here, has a nade to send over the top, but he's not too sure where these players are currently at.
The battle of the solo survivors here then, just waiting for the push through. Little Boy dashing the nade so far away from the rest of Influence Rage, but he will start to backpedal a bit. Just knew that he could maybe find that free pickup on the Misery. Rook are getting rocked as well, as there's a connection back from Brute Force. Already assessed where the rest of the team is and understands perfectly how to play around this. Smoke's going down as well, giving himself a little bit more spacing. Going to be a hard rotate in, and you try and find your way back into the zone though. Lots of line of sight that you're going to be exposed to. Rook at least have some map geometry with the vehicle there to give him a bit of cover. Brute Force also going for the quick res. Want to reset on this. Pre-pod's up, but he's got to heal instantly.
Getting off the airstrip is really difficult. Look at this push that Mine's got to make. Across the road, into the smokes. It was essential. They denied some of these sight lines. Rook with Eugene and Pusher still up. Neos goes in to try and regroup with the rest of the squad, but Influence Rage is there. Law finally puts down the last player from Pasija Evos, removing their player in Misery. They're able to get 3 points on this game. Down to 10 teams now. Very, very early into the game as well to lose this many squads, and it's all down to this circle. BTR just chilling on this one. Great circle for them to continue with a big game. Udo Alliance also might want to try and sweep the coast, but it's the Mad Bulls able to hold on to things. But for how long, with DX starting to knock on their doors?
The Mad Bulls, they have to make a better game out of this one. After Sandhawk, you can't afford for any big mistakes. They need even more than what they've been able to find so far. It's only the 1 elim point under the belt, and the team's down to just a 3-man setup. So you have to really go big now. They found the opportunity to third party at least, with the bullets constantly battering down, but Freak snatches away one as he will get that knock on the Gladiators. Gladiators that realize the location of Mad Bulls as well. And this is looking a little bit awkward, at least with the peppering back into them. It's been able to shut them down for now. Mad Bulls going up to 2 elims, spotting DX in the water as well. And that could be some freebies if they can at least confirm onto them. It's going to be very awkward for DX, just using a little bit of landmass to stay afloat.
Yeah, for DX, realistically, it's only Paragin as well as Chow who have strong positions, trying to give time for the rest of their squad mates to get off the water onto the land. Paragin holding on the edge here. Mad Bulls most likely suffering when it comes to holding onto that utility. Rook's still going in this game. 5 eliminations, doing a fantastic little job for themselves. Not the most dominant game in the world, but they're consistently putting up those points. Pusher sends in, gets to at least a tree, but it is Influence Rage. Federal looking to take down Pusher himself, will hit it. Down to 6 teams now. Gen Foss able to find something. This is such a cruel circle for so many other teams, but for BTR, they're just laughing in their booths right now.
Quick adjustment, trying to rotate around and get into a better spot. Meanwhile, there's some clowning going on here as well. The fight against Influence Rage. Udo Alliance found a bit of a freebie on that one. And now for Lil Boy, basically trapped in the back line, so far apart from his teammate. Low ammo to work with as well, down to 131 rounds on his primary gun. Looked like he was in a bit of a rough spot there with a secondary ammo as well, so could be a problem for him. Meanwhile, DX are still dashing grenades into the faces of Mad Bulls. They've got up from the coast, back on land now, but might be taking some bullets straight to the face and could quite quickly be removed from the situation. Paragin's forced down to the ground, has to keep himself out of trouble for a few moments and get the reset off. Mad Bull's looking to try and get back into this one, but Frozen's on his last legs, and Fleek is paranoid blank. He expects the push, but does he expect the nade from Lamborghini?
See if this will bobble down towards him. It's gone a little bit too far. Drops it a bit closer. Parajin moving up nice and easy. That next nade might be it, but Fleek looks to be on the return. But the nade explodes directly in his face before he can get anything done. A true solo man himself. Really good when it comes to flying the flag alone. But versus DX, who took a pincer approach on that one. A long time coming, was it? And realistically, Mad Bulls just did not get enough damage done towards DX before it was way, way too late. Reject managed to keep things going for quite some time as just a duo here. BTR likely to have to leave their compound, but I think they realize this too, with Superboy and Gemforce both sending outside, looking to clear off the angles over towards that northern edge.
BTR on the roof, spotted by Udo Alliance. Relatively closely grouped as well, just playing off one another. All the extra bells and whistles in the world, as there's a few loot boxes down on the ground from what remained of Influence Rage, allowing them to at least keep themselves stocked up and sitting pretty. Zone encroaching further in though, and you can see how much more awkward this is going to be. At least there's mostly landmass to work with, so there is spacing, but it is going to be barren when it comes to map geometry. All you'll really have to provide cover is the odd bits and bobs, some sheds, broken down vehicles, and bushes to block out bullets. BTR are in a good spot in terms of the compound they were actually able to find, so do have a good setup here. Reject is still playing down towards the coast with DX knowing where they are. Off the back of DX actually being able to farm up a couple of elim points from their slower style of play here. They might want to just take that fight, see if you can finish off Reject. That would take them from 4 elims up to a potential 6.
I mean, for DX, it's been a pretty rough game, right? Playing out on that coastal side, swimming in. The way they set it up to take down the Mad Bulls from the 2 approaches on either side was pretty smart, pretty clever. I think for DX, you know, if they can get further into this game, it'll be basically off their own backs that this game has come their way. And I think anyone that's a big fan of this team certainly should be proud. BTR towards that western side as well. Yes, they get the circle, but I do really like the way they've been trying to clear out as much space as possible, confirming this win. Olio from Udo Alliance, their team's up to 7 elims now, so they're on a bit of a tear. Got a lot of utility work with as well in that late game. Look to see if they can find themselves a bit of a knock, but it's Superboy. Got his eyes on, looking for those tags towards that team, and Reject realize the time is now. They got to move out.
Reject going for the getaway. Hoping that they can at least stay alive and kicking in this one. Still trying to get an overall assessment of where they could be peaked from and getting those smokes up as well to shroud them. So they park the car further back with the smokes blocking off towards the left and right and just set up for a bit of an angle here, trying to play barely inside of the zone. So not wanting to over-egg this one. Don't rotate any further than you have to. They are aware of their location, DX that is, that know exactly how to approach this one. Bullets around the back of the bumper, connecting onto Lufa. Quick heal back in for Lamborghini as well to top himself up. BTR going to be hearing all of this, but it's Udo Alliance they'll want to focus on. Just firing off some warning shots right now. For Reject, these warnings are getting very real, and they're probably not going to know how to approach it from here. You're just trapped at the mercy of DX, really.
Yeah, alarm bells are ringing, and I think for Reject, their main goal is to try and take down DX and get that 3rd place. But not able to do it. 4th place is all they'll get. 0 eliminations. They start this game on 0 points, so placements will all they'll have to be on this match. There'll be a few, but is it enough? Udo Alliance, 25 nades in the back pocket. So if they get close to BTR, it's a straight bombardment that they're going to have to suffer against. But it's getting out from behind this shack that Udo Alliance is going to struggle so much to do. And with a circle heading towards BTR's compound, this is all but confirmed for BTR right now. All this is about is trying to get as many eliminations on board as possible. Bump those numbers even higher off the back of this match.
Udo Alliance taking little bursts. Few shots now and then, hoping that they're going to tag on target. DX with the 3-man setup all along the wayside. Lamborghini, bold and brash as he moves back down through the trees. Lining it up, Satar with a nice connection. Will be able to hit that one and does stop him in his tracks, leaving him lifeless now. Levi's as well, going down from Udo. So pressure on DX getting really rough, but Satar able to prioritize everyone, flicking all over the shop. There's even a bonnet coming out as the car goes in. It's getting aggressive now, Blank. The confidence is at an all-time high, and we're down to just 2 squads. Udo versus BTR.
Satar hardly any bullets in that AKM, but he's making it work. The gun hits like an absolute truck, difficult to control though, but tap firing it from that distance, you can seriously put the hurt in. 6 eliminations. If they finish off these last players here, they'll be up to 9 for chicken dinner. A 19-point game would be absolutely gorgeous, but it is Olio. I know it's a wild task ahead of him to get the 4-piece, but already he does find 1. Looks to confirm on it too, but Lepar has the tree to go for the cover on the raise. He has a position to play with here. Can Olio get anything more done? Likely not to be the chicken dinner, but if you can at least try and confirm themselves some eliminations towards the end, Udo Alliance will be getting themselves some much needed points off the back of this one.
Yeah, exactly. That's got to be what's going through his mind right now, right? You're just thinking about how many more elims can I physically get out of this one. The closer you get to pulling off the clutch, the better it will be. So just confirming those eliminations right now, probably going to be what's going through his mind. Survival also got to be important. That's a nice knock onto Superboy. So Gensforce has to back up a little bit here. Oh, Satar with the quick readjustment, but that baits out the peak, and they're prepared for the swing on that one. So Bigetron Red Villains walking away with the chicken dinner there.
Nice game for BTR, a much needed one too. I mean, it got a little bit hectic towards the end, but again, I just think that really does highlight how good Udo Alliance is and just how good Olio is as well. I mean, he has been really dragging his team through this tournament, kicking and screaming towards some big points. Not to say some of the other guys on that squad aren't good, but Olio certainly has been impressing on that side. But it is BTR take themselves a win. Very nice compound that they held very early on, and then I do enjoy the fact that they kept sweeping. It wasn't just a case of sitting inside the building for too long. Very, very well done for BTR. I'm sure they're happy with how this one went.
What was this celebration from Lepar? He loves it. He's coming up with all the interesting moves. And interesting moves is what they showed us inside of the battleground as well. I'm glad to see it, Blake. You know, BTR, I think, were actually really impressive when we were seeing them play throughout the course of Survival. So the fact that you're coming out swinging into Last Chance, that's good. That bodes really well. This is a good team. This is a team that, honestly, Blank, I think with how they've been playing, if they maintain it, they're really worthy of breaking into that top 5. You know, having one of those 5 spots that are up for grabs. They've been really fun to watch.
Yeah, probably. I think they're probably one of my biggest focus teams for today as well, because I think that BTR, it's been a long time coming that this team rises back to glory from Indonesia, and I do think that they've had a nice restructure. Lepar and Satar looking absolutely banging in these matches at the moment, and it's not just Superboy doing all the work, and it's not just us doing all the work either. It's your boys back over on the desk, which we'll send you to now.
You know, I think the hardest part of that match for Bigetron Red Villains there, it wasn't the chicken dinner. It was staying awake long enough for the match to finish. Considering how that match started off, Cars, you went back on our map stream and looked at how long were Bigetron basically at that compound.
Yeah, they were in there for about 23 minutes, a good 23 minutes chilling. You know, you could see the distance traveled there. I think it said 34,000 meters or something like that. I guess probably 30,000 meters of that was just walking in circles in that compound, waiting for people to come along. So, yeah.
Just gotta get their daily steps in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. No. I don't know what to say about this game, really, Jay.
No, come on, break it down,
okay,
Max.
let's talk about some things, right? Let's talk about Inko, IHC, a hot drop that happened towards the end of the game. Inko back-to-back kind of hot drops, and unfortunately not really working out too well for him this time. And that already puts Inko very far down in the leaderboards where they can't afford to have it. Even Team Queso going out early, considering they just had a phenomenal first match of the day on Sandhawk. So we've already seen some switch-ups here in the leaderboards.
Yeah, not a great start for Latin America and Brazil here, except for Influence Rage are still just popping off, it seems. But yeah, that hot drop Aichi Inco, they need to try and change it. Sanhok is not going to be that impactful for you, right? But when it starts to impact your Wrangles, your Miramars, that's when you start to think that could really have a hindrance. Of course, that could be off the back of the plane path, which was not really great. It kind of did lean into that hot drop possibly happening, but you got a lot of trash loot around Nova that you can easily go to if you are one of those two teams to try and have a similar rotation path and still not have to take that fight. So yeah, I like to see a change here because 2 matches out of 12 already down the pan. That's not the way you want to go if you're Inco.
Yeah, remember, it's all top 5 right now to get through into our grand finals, and a couple of teams, even Influence Rage, chugging along only in 7th. But again, Kalaris, at the very beginning of events like this, it's always going to change so drastically considering the point spread between the teams, and one chicken dinner can bounce you from, 13th to 1st.
Yeah, for sure. And Erangel kind of in averages works itself out, right? Because a playing path like that, I understand why you get those weirder hot drop scenarios, and especially when it comes to military island circles as well, which I feel like actually we get quite a few in PUBG Mobile as a whole. But that far south on military island means there's a lot of open land here. Actually, I do have one bit of analysis though for this game, because that gif of that guy like sweating, like playing really aggressively, and then there's the other dude just being like, I'm still standing, just chilling. That's BTR in the compound. But then you got Xavier sweating, trying to get onto the land, from the rock that they were on, playing it out, and at least they got 11 points off the back of it, whilst BTR was chilling.
I think BTR were just sitting there in that match thinking about the Frost Festival, currently live in PUBG Mobile. You guys can download the update and participate yourself, thinking about how do I want to eliminate people? Going down a mountain on a snowboard, turn them into a snowman. I don't know, maybe they can figure something out later. Not to mention the popularity gala going on for 2023. It's happening once a year, and you guys can participate by playing from November 15th to December 19th with 10 1v1 matches to potentially win some exclusive rewards you can show off to your friends. Or maybe they're thinking about the sweet Pagani collaboration within PUBG Mobile. They can get themselves onto our model or the Imola. Maybe they're thinking about their next ride they want to use in the future. And last but not least, maybe they want to end things off with a nice little victory dance live within to support PMGC live within the game. Now you guys can pick it up and support your favorite team, and obviously BTR are probably going to be supporting themselves. But we're going to go ahead and throw it on over to a break here because we have to get things ready for our next Erangel of the day. It's going to be our halfway point of day 1. We'll see you all on the other side. Oh man, I'm seeing that hot water bottle there and I'm getting really jealous. I've played a lot of the Frost Festival here actually in my apartment right now. We're about to head into our next Erangel, and I'm honestly hoping we're going to have more of a a normal match, more of a game than a non-game game, if you guys catch my drift here. But right now, Bigetron are leading the charge here, straight through into first place, and looking pretty confident and pretty well put together for what's coming down the line. But I do want to kind of pick your guys' brains. Inko, IHC, is it happening again, Maximin?
No. We're going to have a good playing path,
Easy.
and they're going to think, maybe we don't want to die in the first 5 minutes of each match. So no hot drop, please. Thank you, Inko.
Well, I know two gentlemen who are hoping for a hot drop themselves. It's going to be, what did he call it?
Blanky.
Blanky?
Yes.
Something close to that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. How does that not make sense to you, Jason? Jackie, Blanky.
The Blanky.
We're warm, we're encompassing, you know, make you feel safe.
Come on, it's not that hard, bro. Please, it's quite a simple mismatch of the two names. You know, like you guys would be Jay Laris, man. Like, fine, easy.
Jay Laris, man. That's my favorite boy band. Actually, they're a really good K-pop group. Jay Laris, man.
Jay Laris, man.
God damn.
I'll have to wait for their new hit single coming soon to
Hot Drop Drop.
Hot Drop Drop.
But Frost Festival.
With all the cars involved too. But yeah, heading straight over towards our second Erangel of the day. And after this, just 3 more matches to pump those points up. We got BTR on our screens. Man's got a bit of a headache, but he's got the cool and soothe on the head. He's ready to go.
Man, all right. Here we go, Blank. I mean, already today, it's been interesting the way the game's been going. The way the PUBG Mobile winds of competition are blowing. And I tell you what, they're blowing in one direction, and that's the Mad Bulls are kind of getting blown over. It's like walking down a windy street in England, and a bin comes flying at you. You got to jump out the way as quick as you can, because Mad Bulls kept getting hit by that proverbial bin, and it's not been ideal for them. It's been kind of rough, you know, at least into the last game, being able to squeeze a couple of points out, get a little bit going for them. But you've got to do better than that, because we're already at the halfway point. And that's the kind of crazy thing, right? It's like trying to hammer that home. 12 games might sound like a big number. You know, 12, yeah, it's decent, but it's really not. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not. It's tiny number, Blank. We're already at game 3.
Small number. We're a quarter of the way through. Look, that's mad. Almost 25% done. I'll say it in every which way I like. This is a ridiculously speedy format, and some of these teams definitely need to get a groove on. And I mean, you know, we talked about Mad Bulls, they're suffering as well. Like we said, at this rate, you know, the bin's going to fly at them. They're going to find themselves in the bin, taken away by the bin man, and won't be going to PMGC Grand Finals at this rate, despite a really strong performance over in their survival stage. Some of these other teams towards the bottom need to really get themselves into a position where they can hit those points further as well. I think one team I'm looking at that I'm a bit worried about is Inco Gaming. You know, some of these hot drops, they ain't working out for you at the moment, and honestly, for Inco, need to think about perhaps dropping elsewhere away from teams. Yes, you're getting a couple of points off the rip, but that's about it. Circle heads up towards the western side. South though, once again, a little bit of Sosnovka involved, but that will mean that some of the rotations from some of the teams that drop in Novorep maybe towards the north side of Sosnovka, will have a fairly decent rotation to get up towards Ferry Pier in that late game. But pretty consistent in terms of the playing path and where people can get to on this game. Team Queso, I'm looking for another banger of a match here, in a team that's massively exciting me. But if we look down towards the bottom of the tables right now, Mad Bulls aren't the only ones in danger. We have Reject, 4 placement points only found in that last game. Nigma Galaxy really trying to push their limits in terms of getting some strong rotations in, but that's not been working for them. Brute Force and Duxan equally looking fairly miserable towards the bottom of the lobby.
Shame for Duxan as well, man. You know, hoping that we would have seen them keeping a bit of that momentum they had over survival stage coming out into these games. Obviously, even there, it wasn't the most squeaky clean sort of affair. It was still kind of scraping by for them. But yeah, one of our only remaining South Korean representatives here, so would like to see a little bit of oomph from them. Reject Tokyo as well. It's such a shame how, you think back to regulation in Group Green where they were mere points away from having that automatic qualification to the finals. Instead, they've had to slog their way through. And fair play to them, you're still in the runnings. You have made it here at least all the way to the last chance. But it feels like the longer it's gone on, the less we've seen that true test of themselves. So for Reject, I would love to see that facelift come in here on this Erangel. I'd love to see them start to building up points and showing that they can push for a top 5 finish by the end of it. They're a really fun team to watch. But you've just got so much talent in these lobbies. I suppose that's why it is just so hard to call, especially when some of the names that maybe we didn't expect to really pop off from the get-go have come out swinging today. Like Rook have had some blinders in terms of playing to the best of their setups. Queso as well. Their rotate's been really good, man. They've had me impressed every time. If that maintains, that's great. They seem to understand the way to play around this lobby like the back of their hand. And even you do Alliance. Like, that's another team that, it feels like they kind of would stick their head up, sometimes make a few cameos. Now they're like one of the main characters, Blank.
Yeah, they've been brought into the next season as that mainstay. And it's been great to see. I think for those squads like Reject, it's a question of whether they're out of breath at this point in time because they have been sprinting all tournament long. Like you said, just the barest amount of points away from getting that direct invite. And you just wonder if this team is now out of juice with how much they've had to play and how hard they've had to try to get themselves into this last chance after being so close to the finish line multiple times. Looking at the teams towards the top side, you're right. You do Alliance starting to be that main character now. And I think that from their survival stage, it felt more like they got a little bit lucky sometimes, but they are really bringing the heat now coming into this final day. They look happy though still. And I think the thing I love from this team at the moment is they look so pleased with themselves. They look very much like they've got a great mindset coming into last chance. And that's what it takes sometimes. You can see some of the other teams when we look over on the cams, this vehicle is just, it's not doing well for him, right? Just go for the 4-man vehicle. It's fine. Sack that bad boy off. But yeah, for some of the other teams over on the player cams, they look stressed out. They look nervous, man.
They do. And I think that human element of it as well, just seeing the body language sometimes really does give you a pretty good insight into the mentality of the players. Because at the end of the day, it is that human part of esports, right? Sometimes the pressure really can make a difference. Shots that you normally hit, plays that you normally make, even comming sometimes, Blank, is nowhere near as clean as it can be if you're not having the best day of it. If the games aren't going your way, if your mental's not there, it knocks on to everything. And then your team isn't playing as good, as quick as they normally would be. And we've noticed that, you think about Gladiators especially, we've seen the sheer contrast of days when Gladiators look slumped over in their chairs versus days when Gladiators are smiling, laughing. It's the difference of them winning games, making plays. It really is. So just having that extra bit of confidence early into the day here, it can do wonders for you. And I think that's something that probably BTR and Rook are quite happy with because they've got some moves where you're thinking, yeah, you know what? We are having a good day. We're coming out swinging today. We just got to play to our strengths.
Yeah, it's amazing getting that first win of the day as well. Getting a good game right off the rip on Sandhawk really changes exactly how things go for you. For Reject, for this team, going down to 2 players twice and still trying to live towards the end of the games off the back of it, horrible idea. And you can even see it in their gameplay right now where they're just fearful of taking any kind of engagement. Right now, they'll pick themselves up a compound fairly far down towards that south side. If you're Mela, you're feeling rather comfortable. You got the hot water bottle on the lap. You're having a great time of it. But for FaZe, still 4 points. Yes, they made it in by the skin of their teeth. Basically made it in by the skin of Mela's teeth because this guy was absolutely crushing it when it came to the DBS play up close and personal. Basically the shotgun king of the lobby.
Oh yeah, he was huge yesterday. Mela was the madman from FaZe. He kind of was the one-man army. And especially in a game where you were a stone's throw away from not even making it. You know, it was D+ at one point that had stolen the 1 point necessary to survive, to make it into this stage. Instead, FaZe, if you missed it, you did yourself a disservice because it was fantastic. Great game for them yesterday to close out the day. And that's also another reason where, you know, we were kind of sat there saying, hey, FaZe haven't looked like themselves, you know, kind of been playing a little bit slow, not the same sort of team we were seeing. And then in an instant, they kind of snapped back to the squad that we wanted to see from them. I hope there's more of that. I hope that trend continues, Blank. You know, it'd be nice to see FaZe putting up a good run for themselves, at least giving some of our other big squads a run for their money, because the talent is there. And I think in the way they managed to qualify, even to have a chance to fight to go to the finals, they want to give themselves the best case, because we know this is a good team. You know, they just got to show us that.
Yeah, it's a frustrating scenario where you know a team has more in them, but it requires you to dangle them off the edge of a cliff and say, show me your best game, show me your best game, before they actually start doing something good. So I think that for FaZe, it can't be something that happens just as I'm plying the fingers off, right? That can't be the case, right? I don't want to see them qualify at the last moment. I want to see some good points coming out from FaZe. We know they have them in them. The moment one team that has sort of surprised me in a little bit in the same sense, but on the other spectrum of things, is Influence Rage. What a strong team that just hasn't had that same firepower coming into this beginning of the last chance. There's still multiple games left remaining for them to do it, but right now, 7th place, you know, I sort of expect this team to come out swinging, just hit straight up towards the top 5 and then just remain there for the rest of the tournament. It was one of the few teams that I think me and you, plus the desk, could say that we were pretty confirmed to get in towards the grand finals off the back of last chance.
I think so. I think so indeed, man. Let's have a look at what we got going on here, though, for now. The Pachinki punishment that could be developing. Queso on the move up the hill. That's Nigma Galaxy that are inside of the compound down towards Pachinki and set up in position. Meanwhile, Mad Balls are on the move as well. All of them in their respective vehicles as they're burning rubber and looking to find contact. Now, if they were a few seconds quicker, Brute Force would have still been here, but Brute Force have started to breeze off and create a little bit of space between them both. And they're somewhat distanced as well. A lot of spacing between each member of Brute Force. So if timing would have been slightly different, could have been an opportunity to snatch away potentially a few pot shots. Instead, they'll just set themselves up inside of the compound and see if there's room for that fight to happen a little bit later. Looking up towards the positioning we've got here as well, man. It's mad just how much this is going to be awkward in terms of the rotates for some big names. You got FaZe IHC, Rook and Gladiators effectively all going to have to fight their way through each other to find safe passage back down in towards the new zone. That could be a little bit rough. Inco on the move as well now, starting to roam somewhat. They were on Sivnovska for quite some time. They've jumped in the vehicle and looked to try and get back into the playable space now.
Yeah, Frinko, a bit more of a safe game, we could say, right? You know, trying to play this one out a little bit more comfortable. IHC dropping on top of them. They don't opt to leave it, but this time around, Nova Up Noya by themselves. Wait it out before crossing the bridge. Don't try and go for a quick send towards the center of the circle this time around. And I think that's a much needed change for Inco. I think they realize that as 5 points, sort of need to get something consistent done on this match. BTR, Spot, the other Indonesian team inside the lobby. It's Pasija Evo. Zuxi takes some fantastic shots over towards Gemforce as he's roaming around in the front line. Team Queso take a tumble of their own. I think that's just dropping out the vehicle a little bit too early there. We'll take a knock off the back of it. But yeah, an interesting circle. Stage 3 about to pop here. Could be a Pachinki finish. Maybe, Jackie.
Might be, mate. The urban combat. There's definitely some squads that would be pretty happy with the idea of a Pachinki final fight with how many times we've seen squads like DX thrive in the carnage that occurs there. Luxy. Looking out the window here, he's seen the whole convoy, looking to line it up and see if maybe there was a chance he could deal damage on the drive-by. Meanwhile, there's a full frontal assault going on here as it's Big Milo. Madman's coming in, swinging with the DBS. Gets a few close connections off. Ooh, Daredevil level plays on the back of the motorbike, but it's not quick as Nigma Galaxy are absolutely ruined there, Blank. The showmanship Chip, a 10 out of 10. Survivability, not there.
Really not there. I mean, put all your points into the wrong thing, I would say. For Team Queso, good defense with the assist coming through from Reject, but Enigma Galaxy, 13th place. Again, this is what we saw from their first day in survival stage, right? It's just some of these awkward rotations, misplaced trust in the positioning. And I think for Enigma Galaxy, it's something they fixed on day 2, right? That's going to get you into a top 7, a top 8. It's not going to get you into a top 5 if you leave it all down to tomorrow. And with some really big squads here with us in last chance, in a more committed lobby, I don't think it's possible to be pulling the boots up in day 2. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, 3 more really strong games are required if they want a chance into tomorrow. Because some of these other teams towards the top side, they're going to keep moving away with those points, especially if you're feeling comfortable, like Team Queso, like BTR. Now you realize you're in strong position. Just put up some valuable points from game to game. Try and get a big one to finish things off. Pressure is kind of dimming for these guys at the top side, but certainly raising massively for these teams towards the bottom, especially for teams like Enigma Galaxy and Reject, who have just not been finding positions within the circle.
Yeah, you're already starting to fall into that position where it's dangerous. That is dangerous. Big Milo, man. How is he so damn good at the minute? Headshot connection instantly on the player, whizzing by at about 100 miles an hour, peels him back. Hits the first shot, but now the pressure's on. Gladiators have been able to breach the compounds, and they're using their utility up close. DBS spotted for Tixi, doesn't fancy his chances. Throws the nades, get away, tucks back into the corner. Kitsune supporting outside. Good moves for the adjustment shot. Whoa, hello. Big nade, though. And of course, it had to be from main man Milo, didn't it? Arced that one over the top of the roof to hit onto them. So Gladiators slow down in their clash. Meku gets into the building to support towards Kitsune. Papi Potro waiting for the peak as well. Tixi scared the peak, running back and forth. The blue zone now coming in, so this situation only gets more awkward.
Yeah, will force the guys from Gladiators to push a little bit further forward, and Big Milo just holding the angle, spots out over towards Tixi. Instant re-knock over towards Kitsune as we are in stage 4. Almost impossible to make happen. Meku tries to move out, but will get shut down by Team Queso, who have been holding on so fantastically well in all these matches. Just Big Milo, Papi Potro, the duo, the godly duo here, keeping things alive for themselves. Udo Alliance off in the distance, taking shots over towards BTR. You got Rook as well onto Udo Alliance. This is all popping off all around the map as we head over towards Potato Hill. But look at this. It's Inco versus Influence Rage. 2 Brazilian teams battling it out.
Oh, the LATAM lunacy is occurring here. The battle of the Brazilian squads. Pack blown clean off as Federal's able to clean up with the DBS on the ground floor. Ignites the top as well. Heat's rising, but in the wrong way for Inco. As Vital, he's getting more and more pressure put on him. Tries to back nade down the stairs and inflict damage with that utility. Has a flashbang and smoke to work with as well. All of them losing about 15% of their HP there, so at least taking a few slivers of health off them. But hard committing to this play is not going to be easy. Vitali really now just in a horrible position. He'd basically have to go for a risky maneuver, diving out of the window and looking to take the fight to them. They're just replying with nades. Both of them going to exchange at the same time. That one's on target and he's gone.
Yeah, you had to make a risky maneuver there, did you, for Vitali to try and keep things in check. Nice nade there from Rami. Should shut down Prepod directly behind. If that wasn't enough, the Molotov would have done it directly afterwards. Lovely plays coming through from Rook Esports. It's Mad Bulls off towards their western side, though, looking to potentially push in on over the top of them after the stop. Off the back of that fight versus Brute Force, Mad Bulls might be able to find something off this one, but there's DX waiting in the wings as well towards the top side of Potato Hill. We know this team excels from high ground positions, but this is all uphill from now on, from any team over towards the edge side of the lobby, pushing up towards DX. Potato Hill, a very interesting position for this game to end. Sort of possible to hold basically one side of Potato Hill only. So you can have 2 teams comfortably holding towards Potato Hill on both the east and western edge. But for DX right now, currently the only onus towards this top side. FaZe managed to get a little bit further up, and Mad Bull's still been pushed in by the circle. A lot of big names remaining in the lobby at the moment.
A lot of talent. And still some of our squads that are towards the bottom. In Reject, FaZe, Madballs. They're all still alive on this one. And with the other lower squads already falling out of commission, might be some room for them to spread their wings a little bit, try and get a little bit higher. Because remember, you have to pass that 5th place barrier, and it is not going to be easy. FaZe here take the fight to Madballs, and they're still stuck in the mud. They've been struggling today. Oh, even on the engagement, jumping out of the vehicle, it's not looking crisp at all as they get slain down. Rook holding strong on the defense. Good adjustment shots as they connect onto the player whizzing by. Utility comes out to force Fleek off his angle, but he hits one. Nice nade, good placement, survives the damage done back onto him as well with just a sliver of his HP. Doubles up for 2 onto Rook and rocks the boat a little bit.
Yeah, I think for Madballs, other than Fleek, pretty insane maneuvers coming out from them. The drive-by, almost suicidal from a couple of the squad mates, and Fleek left all on his lonesome to try and pick up the pieces here and accrue as many points as possible off the back of it, able to drop the team back up to 4 eliminations total. Rami attempting to get closer. Nade pulled out here for Fleek. Doesn't want to head too far back though and expose himself to the guys from the side of FaZe. Nade just explodes a little bit too early there in front of the tree. See if the next one will be able to do it versus Rook Esports. Reject now on our screens, looking towards Papi Potro. Currently at 4 members on the squad. Best chance that we've seen Reject having a long time.
Alex, impact fragger, normally a big man for IHC. But he's gone down, left on his last legs. His red face will be able to hit that shot. Jumps in the vehicle as well, so the buggy's on the move. Misery starting to put the pedal down and close the gap between them and the other squads around. Look at the line here. The wall of Reject Tokyo as well, as they're advancing as a unit, starting to push up onto IHC and see if they can put the clamps down on them. Smokes up either side, vehicles as well for info. Getting another one in the middle for good measure. Lufa just playing as the scouting man, the point man, up close for information. Fight breaking out between DX and Evos. IHC engage onto Reject, and it's clean for the first 2. Demo's burning though, goes up like Ghost Rider as he falls to Sarah biceps, and it falls down to what we're looking at here. Reject fragmented blank with only 2 players alive right now.
Yeah, brilliant little nade there over towards IHC. The Molotov burning them up, but Lufa's taking more damage as FaZe starts to sweep down from that north side. A team that we wanted to do and excel in this game, right? Do very well in this one. It looks like they're starting to bring things up to speed. DX holding on the eastern side, FaZe holding over towards the west. This is what we talked about earlier in terms of being able to hold only certain portions of Potato Hill. Very impossible to go for a 4-man split on this side of things. So FaZe, mutual agreement with DX, or at least until the end of the game, but it is Influence Rage putting massive amount of damage over towards Besieger Evos, who are trying to reset things here. They're just on the outside skirt here of the blue. We'll have to move further in, but the nades are absolutely devastating.
And this is a big one for the shift right now in the points as well. Influence Rage are going to be happy that they're the squad to take them down, as that means that they add more points to their eliminations for this game. And that's the squad that's right next to them as well in the standings as well. So good pickup for them. They're going to be content they finish them off. We get the lay of the land with the bird's eye view here as well. And you can see not much space. And that was a commodity because it's only going to get smaller now. Tiny circle to play off of. So many squads still alive as well in terms of this one. You're all going to be shoulder to shoulder. FaZe are right on top of DX with Udo Alliance lurking off towards the wayside. Reject and IHC are basically sharing a rock right now, and they come in with the car. Good connections on the drive-by. Lufa the gangster blows them to bits, and they hard commit onto this. Alex is still alive and kicking, but with the range disadvantage from the shotty, it's not looking too crisp for him. Has to close the gap somewhat. Gets in the face of Lufa and strikes against him. Sara tries to reply, but he's taking bullets from the back. That's Mela, the FaZe superstar, pulling up. In the meantime, Alex will fall and IHC are gone.
But it made it so difficult for Reject there, did Alex. He's such a good player when it comes to those 1v2, 1v3s. Doesn't ever stop to anticipate, to wait where they might be going. He just makes the plays. Sara darting backwards and forwards, but it's not enough as Levi's finds his number from the top side of things. And DX, we know what this team can do from a bit of high ground. Basically, the Eagles of the lobby swooping in when it's needed. Influence Rage down towards the bottom side. It feels like all the teams we were talking about at the start of this match are starting to do well here in this game. And it's Udo Alliance. Again, the Malaysian squad impressing. Down on this southeast side, managed to get themselves to another end game here. Looking like they might even be going through towards the PMGC Grand Finals at this rate if they're able to keep it up. Huge amount of utility on every single team. Influence Rage, the only squad to have lost a member so far. This is going to be a crazy finish.
Everything's got to be picture perfect here, Blank. Devil's going to be lurking in the details. And the details could very well just be the utility usage alone. With such large stocks on everyone, and so many of these teams being very proficient with the utility, especially DX. I'm thinking of the fact they've got those 16 grenades to play with. DX normally so damn good at lining them up for timed grenades, but they might not get a chance to because the timing is called in for a rush. FaZe Clan want to close the distance and take the fight directly towards the awkward angle. Chow, how has he lost that? It felt like on the roof there, with the geometry providing him some extra protection, he should have had a free opening frag. Instead, it's 2 knocks now. DX are crumbling, Blank. They are broken.
There's some ridiculous bold plays coming out from the guys on FaZe. In the meantime, Udo Alliance, they smell blood in the water. They swing up from the south side, look to backstab over towards DX. Are FaZe ready for this? Another banger of a nade comes through from Mela as he moves up. You start to see the utility coming through from the side of Udo Alliance. One knocks down Mormon. Ventores heads up close, will finish off Lamborghini, but it's starting to get very, very scary now for FaZe. Another nice nade over the top, won't take down Ventores. Onzens has to be really good close range, but it's in fact Ventores with the DBS. Finishes off Audio, the star player from that squad. He swings off to the side and backs up to the rest of the team. Udo Alliance were expecting this kind of clapback coming through from FaZe in this moment.
Oh, nades over the top. Oof, that one's rough for Ventores. He's dropped down on his last legs now. FaZe, they thought that they were untouchable. They thought that they had some smooth moves coming into this fight, but they have been destroyed by the grenades, one after another. The human mortars of Udo Alliance berate them and barrage them with the detonations. Cluck goes in to close it out. Quick switch to the secondary, and the M4 will maul as FaZe are finished. Udo Alliance versus Influence Rage in the head-to-head now.
Great push there coming through from FaZe. Really caught DX off guard, but it's Udo Alliance with some nice timing. With a circle, heading down towards the south side. Influence Rage realizes they've been giving themselves a chance here. Potential to maybe get themselves a chicken dinner as Udo Alliance have to swing off the top side. But the best part about this, Jackie, is they already know. They've cleared out the eastern side of the map. They can swing back down that way if they want to. They're going to pick up as much utility, as many nades, as many bits of kit, as many first aid kits as possible from all the death crates on this side. But that wizard tower is still open, still available for them. Influence Rage realizes this. We're actually starting to see them swing back down now as Flax scouts out over towards that side. But they're setting themselves up a bit of a crossfire here. 3 players apiece.
Flax peeking over the side of the hill now. Federal spotted him. Ooh, his back's exposed though, Blank. Mini 14 tapping. The DMR singing out sweet nothings, but it's not going to land on target. Won't be able to shut the man down just yet. Playing these solo angles as they get themselves into some better positions to play off of. So much high ground for Udo Alliance. They're in a really great spot here. The potential of picking up a chicken dinner is good for them. And they've been playing some blinders. Just got to keep it clean on this one. Influence Rage, so good in firefights though, so never count them out at a time like this. They're going for the wide berth, a large rotate, and hoping that the focus will remain on the two players that are staying in position. He's closed the gap. Flax gets in right on top of the compound. Lil Boy's forced to drop blank.
That's some speedy maneuvers. Kind of early, understanding that's one of the safe locations for a player to head into inside that building, or if that's just off the cuff, exploding the gas canister. We barely ever see gas canister eliminations in PUBG Mobile, let alone in the PMGC Last Chance. They're laughing about it. What an incredible bad for them at the start there. Udo Alliance coming flying in with Flax on the front line, but wow, Influence Rage really stepping things up. This is what we wanted to see from this team towards the middle part of the day, because those first couple of games, yeah, they looked decent. They looked like Influence Rage had a control on it, but they weren't exactly blasting out of control. This was a great game from both Lil Boy and Federal to hold it down.
Yeah, huge game there. And that's what we wanted to see, man. We needed to see them starting to actually get back into a position where they're commanding respect, blank, where they're not just sort of going through the motions, where they are looking a lot more like they are going to be taking to this. They are going to be taking elims. And with the heads-up play that we were seeing, like you were saying, mechanically as well, it's good. I think that is actually a play that Influence Rage seems to be running a little bit, because I'm remembering now back even into, the past couple of days we had with Survival Stage, there was a few times where they would kind of throw down gas cans and set them up, and I wasn't too sure what the mindset was with it, but it seems like that is a common play now, where they are trying to preset them in some angles. And honestly, if that's calculated, that's something they're running, that's a huge strategy, because it's been working for them. Smart moves, big pickups, a chicken dinner under the belt. Let's get back over to the desk and see what they thought about that one.
Well, we thought Influence Rage finally getting the game that they needed to get themselves up in the leaderboards, because they were outside of top 5. But this match, I mean, it kind of was very reminiscent of our prior Erangel with BTR holding the compound with Xavier on Potato Hill, until we obviously saw a great push come out of Facepen and, of course, Alliance Udo.
Yeah, there's actually a lot more to talk about at the end of this match. The early game was a bit like, oh, Potato Hill is going to be very important. Possibly Xavier are going to end up getting the win, but the way the FaZe pushed up, especially because they realized, Clarice, right away, okay, Xavier on this mountain, we see them, they are massively split. If we just push on a soloed out play or two, we can then start to create a man advantage for ourselves and then just sweep the entire fight. Of course, they do get third party, but man, FaZe, that was a very good approach on that Potato Hill fight.
Yeah, I talk about it every time we get to Potato Hill. You cannot hold all of Potato Hill with just one squad. Like, it's not feasible. You have to regroup, you have to get together, and Xavier was not warm into that whatsoever. FaZe took an exploitative measures against them. Likewise, so did Alliance as soon as they realized that that was going on. And Alliance continues on into the later stages of the game. Now, going up against Influence Rage, I think that Influence Rage gave them quite a lot of room to start moving around to find a bit of a vantage point against them. But man, there's so many cool moments. The gas can elimination as well. Just great crisis management in the heat of the moment here to be able to weed out Alliance when they made what you called, Max, was technically a great move, hitting that compound on the wide wrap, but just a little bit too late, I think, and not enough men.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see maybe the previous circle shift, not phase 8. I think you do that on phase 7, so you have a little bit more breathing space to maybe heal up if you can have the chance of doing so. But because Influence Rage have multiple angles covered, the only way to really kind of lock down a fight while you're isolated from the two other angles set up by Influence Rage is if you crash west of that building that Law was playing. If you do that, you can fight pretty much a 3v1 at that point, and Influence Rage shouldn't have time to regroup, really. So I was expecting that to be the play, but it doesn't matter, because here, with the amount of eliminations they were able to secure here, it's going to be Udo Alliance securing himself a spot in top 1, 2 points away from Influence Rage. So man, Udo Alliance bringing the heat on this last chance.
I mean, yeah, but you also have Team Queso in 3rd, you have Rook in 5th, but looking down the list is what kind of worries me. Enigma Galaxy in 14th place with only 4 points, and those came from eliminations. Inko there, Mad Bull's there as well. It's getting a little bit worrying here for some of these teams, and honestly, I think all 3 of us would have said coming into today, Mad Bull should be one of the teams in top 5, and I know we're only 3 matches in, but I'm getting a little bit worried to not see any sort of consistency out of quite a few of these teams.
Yeah, we said it right for Mad Bulls. We want to see how the bad games look, right? We want to see more consistent points coming their way, which as of right now hasn't been the case, though. It's a very small point gap. Even teams at the bottom, it's only 3 matches played, can catch up, but I do agree that Mad Bulls, we want to see a bit more when they're just not able to perform.
And especially interesting for Enigma Galaxy when it comes to a circle like this, where, you know, they're in Pochinki. They have the pick of the litter when it comes to initial spots to actually transition to. They choose Pochinki Hill south of Pochinki, which becomes not exactly the greatest opportunity for them, because then they're having to transition through teams as it shifts east. So it may be a bit unfortunate in that, but at the same time, this is Enigma Galaxy. They should be able to fight in circles, and it's not materialized yet.
Any thoughts, Max?
I agree.
You agree?
No, well, it's a good point. I mean, of course, you expect Enigma Galaxy, the drops close to do well, but there's been a lot of really interesting fights at the end. I especially was super happy with Yudu Alliance, not how they played the late game stage, because I think you could have executed that a bit better, but their awareness of third party and FaZe versus Deke Xavier on Potato Hill, that was really, really good timing. They saw the elimination feed light up, and they're like, okay, we are still 4 players alive. We have cars available that they hit, I think, behind a Harry Potter tower on the east. Quickly just ramp up there, pick up all the final eliminations that allow them to now rank up first place thanks to that third party. It's just after it went downhill for the next circle. But man, Yudu Alliance have, I would say, sped up how quickly they respond to situations from purely the survival stage in the last chance. I'm really liking the speed at which they do these.
Yeah, it's so much so that, sorry to interrupt you, Jason, is that actually they're one of the most successful edge playing teams right now. Like, which is very impressive to see. Like, they're taking big chunks of area, fanning out really far in circles phase 1, 2, and 3, playing edge successfully, which you don't see too many teams doing right now. Most teams are trying to edge towards that kind of center play and trying to focus all of their attention on that. But yeah.
Okay, well, I believe it is time to head into our final Erangel of the day. We'll see which teams can rise up here, FaZe being one of them in particular, but we're going to find out with Jackie and Blank once again.
Last Erangel of the day already. God, it feels like they're going by so damn quickly, Blank. It's kind of crazy just how fast they have gone, man.
It's been like a very, very fast day of quick gameplay and teams rising to the challenge, right? Yudu Alliance, I think, certainly have been able to do that. And again, I would attribute that a little bit to their mindset, but also what the guys talk on the desk is they're very, very good at playing that edge playstyle, right? Some of their third parties have been very strong. They're quick on the trigger as well, confident with it. Their nades on that last game versus FaZe were absolutely phenomenal, and FaZe got completely caught off guard. Though, I will say, super happy with how FaZe played that last game. I think we were scared that that would just be their last hurrah in survival stage and we wouldn't get to see too much of that firepower from that team. But great news for the Thai team on that side that are able to bring back some of that firepower in those final moments, especially with VPE, Vampire Esports, not actually making it into the grand finals, getting cut out quite early on in this PMGC format. Having at least one Thai team getting through to there, especially with how much work they've done this year overall, would be very, very cool to see. But they've still got a long way to go just so far. Jackie right now in 8th place, 18 points, with some of our top contenders, Yudu Alliance and Influence Rage, at 35 and 33 points apiece. So really hitting their stride now.
So many teams starting to spread their wings and swoop down into the depths of earning those points. Last chance saloon on Erangel for the day. Then after this, it's the back-to-back Miramars. Miramar is just such a different kettle of fish. It feels like the results we're going to be seeing will be vastly different to what we've had here. Plane path secured though from bottom to the top as we see this bad boy coming in. I wonder what we're going to be getting out of this one. We've actually had a few hot drops today, which I think has been one of the more surprising things. I didn't expect the risky fights today, but they've been happening. Will we get another one? Time will tell.
I think some of the risky fights have been happening because some of these teams realize they have to take risks if they want to get towards that top side of the lobby. But you're right, our last Erangel of the day, last chance to get some of those reliable points in. Enigma Galaxy, who did show us some really strong stuff, not now able to get some of those strong rotations in, with these teams very much reading into them quite easily, getting to their positions early, and those spots are open. And Enigma Galaxy is a great team when it comes to playing center, but I think they need to start realizing that if that center is too far away from them. They can't afford to be going for these quick flyby rotates into the circle itself, because you will be denied by the gun skill that is available inside this lobby. Circle off towards the western edge, so a lot of fielded area involved. Not too many compounds in this spot either. Could be heading down towards Quarry, could head up even up towards Everest. So some of these teams are a little bit more upset about this, and especially as we don't have Primos teams available, we don't have Western Edge teams available. Realistically, it's FaZe, Gladiators, and Team Queso are getting the best bet out of this one. Duxan already in a really bad spot. Junie getting chased down by one of the players there, I believe, from Rook Esports, who dropped down towards this South Island in Sosnovka. He's going to really struggle to get that vehicle quickly stolen away from him in the early game. We'll just try and run it back here as Pusher comes in too. The rest of Duxan up towards Ferry Pier. Very unlikely that Junie gets away from this one. There is a bike off in the distance. Needs to start moving off towards the right-hand side. See if he spots it now.
Junie, like the old saying goes, get on your bike. We'll see if he's able to jump on that bad boy and stay alive. Meanwhile, it seems like Butcher Pete has made an appearance, mate, as he's been bladed. Inko losing the first man to the blade. That's rough. That is really unfortunate for them. I think it was them last time that we saw up against IHC as well on the initial combat. So a similar job that we're seeing here with the opening moments between the both of them.
Yeah, IHC really playing Inko like a fiddle at the moment, because they didn't drop down towards Novorep Noya last game, potentially giving Inko a little bit of false hope in terms that this is not going to be a hot drop that happens again. But IHC come out with a surpriser, drop over towards Novorep Noya once again on top of Inko, find the first initial knock, and Inko is struggling now. 6 points total this entire 3 matches. Now looking like they might not find a little bit more, because we know how hungry IHC is when it comes to those stragglers. They do not let you escape from these games. Luckily, Inko's on the outside edge, which might give them a chance to get away from this one. But I think IHC is going to force them to fight.
That's what IHC want. Further ahead in points, so it only benefits them. Ooh, you do Alliance, or should I say one man armed with a Bison cowering in the back of the building as BTR have tracked him down. They've been hot on his tail. Ooh, running back and forth here as well, trying to bait them in. Cluck grabs the gas can and looks for the quick reset on the stairs. Follows up with a pump from the shotty as well. Wide swing around the corner, pre-fire on the Bison. You've got so many bullets in that bad boy that you can afford to, especially with a follow-up nade as well. They're going for the res down the bottom of the stairs. 3 players here. If he can bank the nade off the wall, it could be sickening. Instead, it's only a sliver of damage done. They're going to throw a nade of their own up through the window. He dives out, trying to land onto the roof. He's down on the deck now. Shotty in his hands. A 1 versus 4 to be had here for Cluck.
It's going to be almost impossible to make happen. The rest of the team from Udo Alliance do find their way over, but too little too late as Iftar is forced to send away. Superboy with the AKM spray will not find themselves another knock and elimination, but that's Udo Alliance down to 3 players. BTR quick on that. Didn't quite get the initial knock too cleanly, but they'll get away with this one with 4 players and elimination in hand. Brute Force decimating the guys from Influence Rage. There is a knock back over towards Neos, but it is currently the 3v2. Mine comes in, but pre-pod's down to Federal, and this is not as easy as Brute Force might have hoped it to be. Little boy moves away from the Wizard over towards the coastal edge on the rocks with the DBS, and this is going either way on this side. Brute Force, they lose pre-pod. Federal off in the distance. Mine tries to hit the shots, gets a nice headshot off the rip there, but that's about it.
Oh boy. Pushing back up through the trees, Influence Rage looking to just finish things off here, then onto Brute Force. Connections with the DBS will work well. Lil Boy scaling down the hill as well to get away from this, as Brute Force did not work out the way they wanted that to. You've lost so much for your investment, and potentially everything else could be going along with it. As they're starting to close the gap, they're starting to actually push their way up now and look for the full rotate round on the wayside. Room to breathe in terms of the spacing of one another. Brute Force also in the back, starting to at least look to maybe just go for the getaway on this, as you've realized your teammates' days are numbered. He's putting bullets into him, no blank, and actually finding a few knocks. They wanted to go for the res, so they smoke up, build the vehicle over. They do jump on it, but the nades are coming in, and it's a little bit too late. So both of them are finished off from that.
And Procedure Evos also joined the fight now. Brute Force and Influence Rage like to go down this game with 0 players alive. A couple of eliminations found, yeah, but that's about it. Brute Force were able to get 2 off the back of this one, but in 14th place, running 3 points. This is a game where they desperately need to get something done, at least. A lot of teams towards the bottom of our standings right now with barely anything on board. You've got Redface rocking up. I don't think he knows where Lil Boy is. He's completely tucked in. With how spread these players are as well, it's sort of weird for Lil Boy to be in this position. He's pulled the pin on the grenade. Might be able to get himself a nice little double. Mine goes down to a nade from Luxy.
Luxy still pushing with this as well. Getting further over. That's 2 nice weapons to use for the close range combat here with the DBS. Takes bullets to the back from Brute Force, but he's saved by his teammate as the shots will connect and Brute Force are done. Removed here as they go down first, our opening squad to fall in the last game of Erangel today. Still lurking under the bridge for Influence Rage, waiting for the moves to be made. This is what we started off the game with, Inco versus IHC, and it's been going for quite some time. The longer it's gone on, the worse it's gotten for Inco, and it's only Rafa that's left. Has a bloody big gun though, with the LMG in his hands, so it's just about survival for him and seeing if he can make it costly for IHC on the way towards the exit.
Very costly for IHC. For Little Boy still going strong here versus the guys on Procedure Evos. Able to find at least 1 elimination on that side, not making it easier for the Evos squad. And Little Boy certainly holding his own, and the blue pushing in, this does make life pretty stressful for Procedure Evos because they want to get players back up in an action. That's another one going down, but finally there is that refrag. Federal just sent off into the distance. We get our circle heading up towards that northwest side. Gladiators might have a chance in this game, but the way they've been playing, just losing players, hemorrhaging all over the place. One more player goes down for Inco. Rafa's out. And IHC, like we said before, they just do not allow stragglers to leave from these positions. Federal with a lovely splay over towards Mad Bulls as they attempt to make their way in on that eastern side. They're heavily tagged now, so if any other team spots them, gets a good team shot over towards them. What was that nade from Mormon? That is a long swing from him.
Big nades, big plays. That's what he loves going for. Classic main man Mormon on the scene. Ooh, for Federal, he's just on the move, trying to stay alive, really. An unlucky running for Influence Rage, considering how the prior game went, and we're starting to think that their stock is once again rising. It would be a shame if you fell out so early with only the 2 elims. So Federal's going to be thinking towards the future and wanting to just play for the slower, longer game here, just looking for those late game placements or potential plays where possible. So we'll join him on his journey the longer he survives. Meanwhile here you've got the rotate coming in as well from Reject Tokyo as they start to resituate themselves and get into a bit of a better position inside of the zone now. Looking for somewhere to set up, somewhere comfortable. It's been really rough for Reject over the course of the day. I mean, here at least as well, you've still got the full squad. Quite a few times in these games, we've seen them going down to a 3-man setup early, and that's been hard for them. They're one of those teams that if they have a full 4, if they can find center control, that's where they play their best. So need to see a bit of a heads-up change from them.
Yeah, it's just been really difficult for them to even find that center with so many of the teams been really fast on their rotates, been really good at playing central as well. You got teams like DX, you got teams like Influence Rage. Even, you know, FaZe have been quite good at playing that position too. Team Queso have been on the rip when it comes to that central side. So a lot of those compounds towards the middle are already taken by some squads who have some really good momentum coming into this first day already. So Reject's been struggling, head towards that central side of the arena. So forced to play edge, which I don't think they are as good at, to be quite honest with you. But they are trying to get some points on board. Currently 11, but it's quite far behind. They still need to hit some more consistent points at the end of the day today. They've still got half of the day to get those points on board, with Miramar coming up after this Erangel. The Xavier, on the other hand, currently playing down towards that southeast side. For the first time in a long time, Nigma Galaxy is able to get a fairly decent rotating over towards Gatka, but that's playing off the back of starting in Pachinki. It was quite a quick rotate, and again, this is one of those things where it's almost a false positive. If you're looking at them, they do well from this position, yeah, fine, but they had one of the easier rotations coming in towards this eastern edge early. But far west shift will give the chance that Reject were looking for. Gladiators now on that northern edge do start to move down, get themselves towards a fairly decent position for themselves. They've played this quite a few times, Jackie, but they do get caught off by teams coming in from that eastern side as well, playing this spot. Not always able to hold on to all 4 members. When they play that buddy system, I think that's one of their biggest weaknesses, is they're not able to hold down these 2-2 splits as comfortably as they might like.
It's true, and that's the system that we're seeing Reject run here as well. It's like you were saying, it is one of the few opportunities they've had to be blessed by the zones. They kind of set up this early 2-2 split, and you have a good spread in terms of the contact that could be occurring here as well. DX trying to push their way in, bypass the swamp, and get into the new zone. But Mad Balls, they're gatekeeping and holding back the wave here. Got a good read of where DX are coming from, and a nice bit of cover to play around as well, so you can't be shot from the hillside. You can set up for this one and start to deal damage as they go for their crossing. Lamborghini is miles away though, so far out of dodge. Look at this though, as FaZe, they've got control of the long old building here, but they're starting to eat grenades as Gladiators are throwing them in through the windows, and they are just really trying to capitalize on this one. They've read the numbers because they've seen where everyone is, so they know they've got an advantage going for the fight towards the 2 players in the compound. But it doesn't matter that they're down numbers because Mella's there, and he is a mean machine. Meku's eating damage from the nade as well. Has to hop in the vehicle and go for the quick back off to reset. Lucky to be alive on that one.
Yeah, a lot of damage found by Meku. Had to play the patience game there as well, where he backed off from the UAS as the nade was set on top of it. Kitsune off in the distance, took a heavy hit. And FaZe is doing a really good job to hold on to this compound for themselves. In the meantime, Gladiators decide it's just not worth their time. They move out towards the coastal edge, try and pick up a compound in this area instead. They realize that, you know, some of the meds on the team not looking too strong. Meku just had that one first aid kit and has gone down to none now. So look off into the distance. And that would have been a lovely spot for Gladiators to take control of. But a dominant hold there coming through from FaZe. And I love Vintorres' position as well. Down towards that south edge. Can have that little bit of a lethality factor from an unusual angle played in, as you try and contest versus the guys from FaZe. So I think that's a smart choice from Gladiators to leave that one alone, head up towards that northwest side. But Circle moves down, so have to head on further. Udo Alliance, as well as Procedure Evos. Similar story for both of those teams, despite Procedure Evos getting into a fair few engagements early on. Still maintain 4 players right now. Nigma Galaxy, though, taking shots from IHC, who were not done on their warpath. This team just continues to pop off, and IHC's initial target in Inco will fall in this game, go down with 0 points once again.
So IHC finding those eliminations have given them just enough points to break into the top 5, pushing Rook out of position and stealing that away from themselves. The Mongolian madmen that have been looking really powerful into today's games. Ooh, unfortunately for them though, another star player goes down as Alex will be doled and taken out of commission. Duxan looking to finish what they started here in the fight versus Bigetron. So they go in for the bonnets, run the man down, and potentially just want to get a quick loot off on the crate as well. So smoke up on that one, give yourself some cover to play with. IHC lurking inside of the smokes are taking a fair amount of damage back from Nigma Galaxy, who have high ground to work with here. Coops has some good weaponry, dinner plate in the hands if he wants to peek out the window and go for a few pot shots. Team Queso off to the wayside as well, potentially debating if they want to try and rock up on this one. They can play the guard side of the circle and just edge keep anyone that's that starts coming in. Big Milo is even finding opportunities to fight onto Bigetron anyway, as they've actually aggressed towards him. Lepar looks for the quick trade back, firing off the warning shots, but that's all they are, just warnings.
Yeah, I think for BTR, they realize they sort of have to fight this one out. They need to control at least some area they want to get in. But versus the four-man squad of Team Queso, they just take some pot shots back towards them. Satar down off in the distance. IHC just roams on past with Duxan also taking a few more shots of their own. Really good stuff. Demo, though, will find Hoxie on his approach, and Duxan will lose him. Which is a very unfortunate thing, considering Duxan had a nice bit of control over towards his south edge. Now just down to 3 players. IHC find themselves 5 eliminations. So despite not getting massively far into a lot of these games, IHC is just making it up far more than not with just the elimination count alone. Olio tries to spray down Demo, but the shot's coming through on the top sides. Duxan also spots him. The M249 ringing off in the distance.
For Rook, they're probably quite happy to see that IHC have been taken out finally, as it means they've got a chance to get a couple points back, build into this one, as they're the direct competitor with DX also close by, only a small fraction of points away. So a lot riding on this game here. This is our final Erangel, if you're just joining us. The free that we have each day normally is where a good chunk of teams will build themselves a stepping stone, a collection of points to play off of. After this, it's the Miramars, and it will get a lot more messy. Continuously having a lot of mess in the map here, though, as everyone's just scrapping countless loot boxes across the place, as we're seeing Rook start to aggress back onto Namiga, finding those as Nigma Galaxy are taking damage. FaZe as well suffering from a similar fate here. FaZe were starting to find their second wind, but they might be winded from Gladiators. Mormont waiting for the rotate from his 2 teammates as Gladiators lurk further back. Default holding for the contact up there as well. Meanwhile, Queso and Bigetron have been sharing the compound here towards the bottom side. Big Milo's been having a blinder of a day. Won't even need to aggress onto Lepar, as the nade will finish him off, so he's now shut down for good. For Bigetron, this is looking really rough.
Yeah, Superboy, last player alive. MK12 in hand. Will try to get something done off the back of it, but it's not going to work out there as Raze runs through. And that's a bit of a nice resupply. Level 3 vest as well on him. I wonder how damaged the level 3 helmet is. So for Team Queso, they'll be going forward with some crate weaponry as well that Superboy was able to pick up earlier on. Udo Alliance, last player in Flax. 2 eliminations to his name. Sends a nade out the window. Sand up close. Will get taken down by him. And now 1 player remaining here for Duxan. Flies in towards the player inside. It's QX. Has to hit a nice nade over towards Flax. Gets it through the window. Will finish him off, but I don't think Duxan's long for this world either. With Team Queso off in the distance, I think they also realize they need to get further into the circle. Not sure how worth it is to try and even fight out versus this player.
Got to weigh it up. See if it's worth running the risks here. Queso knowing that it is just a single elimination that could potentially be stolen away if they can take down QX. He's just popping the meds, getting the extra adrenaline in to give himself some survivability, a bit more sustenance to play with. Smokes will shroud him for quite some time, and Big Milo is just holding, looking to see if there is an opportunity where he exposes himself. You can hit a few pot shots on him and shut him down. So just lurking over the edge there. Regit Tokyo off towards the horizon as well. Big Milo not wanting to outstay his welcome, so he starts to breeze off. FaZe Clan, they have overstayed their welcome. Gladiators don't want them so close by, and it looks like they're finally starting to push on up, but it's the damage done from Rook that we need to be focusing on, as they're the side that are obliterating them. The DMR plays are finding a resounding success here, as Eugene just keeps punishing bullet after bullet blank. They're losing so much HP and potentially going to lose their grip on this game.
Yeah, Gladiators just do not have the firepower in them anymore. There's just other teams within this lobby who are just so much more supremely deadly with the weaponry. Rami and Rook Eugene with those shots from the Mini 14 take down Gladiators easily in the process. Now we're just 2 players alive. Not likely Gladiators are going to get too much further into this match. FaZe held their own over towards that east for quite some time here. Do have to move further in, but it's DX that I'm sort of focused on here. A really strong position towards the central arena. Mad Bulls on their outer edge, so I do believe there's probably going to be a case where It's either a DX or a Mad Bulls win, unless Team Queso can slowly sweep their way in from that south side. And we know that they've been having a pretty nice day today. Been all sunshine and roses for them.
It's been looking clean, man. Been really happy with the plays they've been making for themselves. Looking so much better as well. Like a cut above what we saw from them in the previous stage. And that's the way it needs to go. You've got to improve every day. It's always got to be better. You can't afford to stagnate and slow down in such a competitive format. Pusher here again, finding a beautiful connection off onto Gladiators. Rejects going to be tested. Nades are coming in over the top. Default, right on target. As Sara's blown to bits. QX is finished off, as well as Queso are actually able to get that last D-lim in. So they land it on the nade and dispatch him. Default now charges further forward with the rest of the squad. They're going full aggro versus Rejects and looking to put a pin in this team. Pusher falls. Julo's going to deal with him, but they're being swung on. Up close and personal, it's Eugene that's on the ground floor.
Man, the fact that Luke was able to get in on side, sort of incredible. Duello. One player left, Lufa. Nade hits on towards that top side. Rook is just constantly resetting their forces here, getting players back with his team Queso. Arta off in the distance. It takes down Pusher. Unlikely he'll be able to pick him back up again. Lufa tries to pull the pin on the grenade, but isn't able to do it. Two players underneath. Duello understands that the blue is pushing him in. Has to hit these shots here if he wants a chance. He's so low down the stairs, not able to find it, but will at least get some of these elimination points. Eugene will likely now fall to the circle. Gets off at least this first aid kit, but that'll be about it.
It would all be about running, and with the sheer amount of damage the zone is doing, you've got no chance. The hill will be finished off, and Rook will go down. But honestly, that could have been a lot worse for them. The fact they've been able to rise back up the rankings after looking a little bit slow to the draw in this last Erangel, that's a good game for them. 7 elims, keeping themselves in the top 4 at least for now. We'll see how well that develops over the course of things. Constant medkits being deployed to keep Rook's name in the game for at least a few more moments as Eugene makes a bit of a move and gets back inside the zone. So he'll still be alive and kicking, potentially thinking about some slower, snaky gameplay to steal away a later placement. That's what's going to be on the tip of his tongue from this point forwards. Rest of the squads have still been advancing. FaZe have kept themselves afloat as well, which felt like honestly they were going to go down quite quickly with some of the awkward fights we've seen them thrown into here. And maybe we'll see more of FaZe as Eugene's going for a bit of a backstab, playing around the back of the hay bales and tucking in as he closes in on them.
Yeah, for FaZe, it's starting to just maintain some of this point scoring they've been got going on because don't really want to see them fall into another slump, right? So if they can keep this up, keep giving themselves that confidence that, you know what, we are a really good team and we can actually hit those numbers. We can actually hit those placement points. I think this is something that's going to be very important for FaZe in our last 2 games of the day and coming into tomorrow as well. It does take a little bit of something to push them forward, right? DX in the center once again. Pretty typical of them. Mad Bulls sadly forced out on the edge of things. But a circle like this, you know, with the murky waters around this area can cause problems no matter where the circle goes. But that is one hell of a cruel circle for a lot of teams. Heads out over towards the fielded area on the western side. I don't think this is at all what any of these teams expected this circle to be, but getting there nice and early will be a big boom for them. FaZe moves through. Team Queso gets taken out by Tulika as they spot that rotate coming through very early on.
Oh, Mello just teasing Eugene here. Seems like they will finally finish off Rook, so they're not going to get any extra placement points off the back of this one. Taken out of commission, and now the big dogs in the game will go back to barking at one another. Big Milo, he's been really on point today, Blank. It's been crazy how good Team Queso have looked in terms of the communication, the rotations, but also the gun skill that they've been putting up. again and again. This is another test for them, though. They have to deal with Mad Balls. Mad Balls surviving longer into this game, sure, but still not having many elimination points. Only the one under the belt, and that's not enough with how rough these games have been for him today. Here in the first day of the last chance, 2Licker at least strikes onto Papi Potro and puts him down in the dirt, only for a few minutes, though. A short-lived reign of terror as 2Licker is tackled by the nade. Papi Potro, he gets struck, though, by FaZe from quite a distance, and Team Quaso realize now we need to speed this one up. We're going to start getting third-partied if we take too long to deal with Mad Balls. They're eating damage from the nades, and they're falling over blank. Could it go wrong here? Will Team Quaso get too big for their boots?
Yeah, I mean, for Mad Balls, the circle's just going to be the absolute death of them here. Team Cosia did a great job. Papi Potro with some unreal nades from his off angle, finally taken down by 2Licker, but it might just be too late for them if it isn't for the fact that Big Milo is still absolutely dominating from this high ground position. 2 players left alive, and Big Milo and Arta, I think 2 players of really good skill when it comes to the long-range engagements. DX want to move down this way as well, finally moving outside their compound, but Big Milo is so extremely safe in this position with great sight lines above. You really do need to have those smokes on board to get through, and if you look at the utility count, DX is completely out of smokes here.
You're going to be left up the creek without a paddle. You need that utility. It can make the world a difference for you. DX, they're so damn good with the offensive util as well that not having those nades might be a bit of a problem, especially the smokes that are going to be lacking. So once those dissipate, you are wide open with no geometry to protect you. Levi's tries to turn the tide by taking the fight, peppers a few bullets towards Evos, and Luxy hits the deck for now. But our final 4 teams edging further and further towards one another. So much riding on this in terms of the points. Quaso, they are probably gunning for the chance of getting a chicken dinner out of this. At the very least, high placement games with how they've been playing. DX are going to be running the same sort of thoughts through their mind. And for Evos and FaZe, you need more points. So this has got to be a better game from them. Chow's being pushed up on. They're starting to close the distance. They realize how much power there is for DX from this compound. So they go in for the backstab. Nades over the top as well. Even Evos realizing maybe now's the time to strike.
Yeah, for DX, the fact they didn't take control of this ridge side early on, it's sort of a big deal for them because you can get up towards the position if you're Team Queso fairly confidently. And you can see now that Arta has complete control over this area. And luckily for him, Levi's able to hit a big grenade, but DX have to leave at some point. It's all down to Big Milo now with the nades knocking on the door of DX. Chow gets the high ground advantage. The DBS is there, but he pulls one out of his own. Quick flick will take him out. DX can continue going on forwards, but Pasija Evos sending in the nades now. This is something that DX is going to have to consistently keep sidestepping. Pasija Evos down to 3 nades of their own. A good nade from Misery over to Mormons here. Onzen, sorry, will take him out. Mela doing his best. They've been gifted a really strong position here of FaZe on the outside of the field. They've got to make the most of it, but Misery is hitting some great nades in the moment, and I don't know if Onzen's going to survive this.
Constant nade barrage again and again. I mean, he's lucky that most of the attention right now is being drawn towards Melablanc. Oh, this would be even worse with the way it's going. FaZe would be down to basically just a solo man in a spot like this, so they need to stay alive. Battle back from Mela as the bullets whiz across. Zuxi as well, firing warning shots in, but Mela has been murked as Misery peeks up, bursts him with the UMP, and instantly takes him out.
It's such an unreal position that FaZe have been given here as well, because eventually these lads from FaZe will have to push out of this cover of the ridge side out into the open. But Misery has done such a good job with the nades, with the UMP, taking shots over towards Mela, taking out the mischief maker himself on that team, leaving it just down to Mormons now. Very unlikely that FaZe will be able to get the win as Pasija Evos line themselves up to steal the chicken dinner away from both DX and FaZe. It's been a really quiet, slow, sneaky game from Pasija Evos, but a really, really strong one in terms of tacticality. Chow will find the final player there from FaZe. Mormon goes down, but the shot's coming through. One player left alive now.
Here we go then. It's all down to this. Who's going to be grabbing the bag? DX dealing the final big blows. Evos will be able to at least withstand some of it, but they crumble in the end as that one will fall in favor of DX. In the battle there, chicken dinner secured. DX pick up the pieces and walk away content in the final Erangel. An interesting game though, big point score for quite a few of the teams that needed it, and a bit of a shake in the balance. It's looking like some of the squads that were struggling today are at least waking up a bit more. It's been unpredictable, Blank.
Really unpredictable. I don't think anyone predicted that FaZe would continue to have those strong games after they lit the fire underneath themselves in that final game survival stage. But that was a good match. But you could still see those careless little mistakes coming from FaZe, because realistically, they didn't have to peak. Both Procedure Evos and DX really had to fight against one another before FaZe even needed to start peaking. The only time that FaZe really needs to start having a go in that engagement is when you start seeing both those teams take shots at one another. Just back it up, get yourself out of nade range and those obvious positions behind the hay bale, so Misery and Cole can't just send nades over the top and get free picks on you. FaZe, realistically, I think they should have won this game. DX, they battle against all odds to get into it. Yes, they get a little bit of circle look at moving back up towards that northern side, forcing Team Queso to move on their front. But I do think this was a really strong game coming through from DX.
It was a beautiful game, man. We needed to see some strengths from them, so it's good to see so many highlights on that one. A lot of big name squads really dealing some hefty blows, and the standings are shaking up a little bit. Let's head back on over to the desk then and pull out the scalpels so we can dissect the way the games have been going.
Xavier looking like true survivors here, able to pull things out on back-to-back games with some decent results. I was thinking back to the Potato Hill, they eventually got pushed by FaZe and Udo Alliance. This time able to hold on for a very long time to win the match, but one thing's always going to stand out in our eyes, Kalaris. FaZe Clan, 20 grenades.
Yeah, I don't know where they went. They evaporated into the multiverse, I suppose. They had 20 nades, all right? Like, where did they go? They used them on, I don't know, the fields. It was a bit ridiculous. I think if they had retained some of those against Xavier a little bit later in the match, I don't know how Xavier lives through the bombardment, but somehow, some way, Xavier was able to win it.
They were not in nade range, and they were just mowing down the grass in a very peculiar way. I think what they were doing in this match. But yeah, I think that if they have nades still remaining, they get rid of Procedure Evos, they get rid of Xavier, and they very easily win this match. But man, Kalaris, we did not expect Xavier to win this game, knowing they were inside of the swamp area for as long as they were, and actually able to fight Team Queso, mostly because Team Queso didn't have any nades remaining. That made it very easy to take the fight. But yeah, the lack of nades or FaZe, they were just able to get a little bit of a wider spread, get multiple angles, and just overwhelm FaZe and Procedure Evo. So man, Xavier finally able to wrap up a game, which I think is something we needed to see from Xavier, that typically is a very passive team.
It's important considering that they obviously had Potato Hill in the previous game and weren't really able to convert off of that. And now you get yourself another circle, you really need to be able to convert from it. They regrouped very wisely when they did, and as you say, like when they crest the hill, normally you should be peak attackable during all of that, but yeah, it's not to be. The other teams just a little bit, I'm not going to say lackluster in execution against them, but they were a bit scared of the vicinity to one another, Procedure Evos and FaZe, right? To really be able to deal with Xavier as wholeheartedly as they should be able to.
Get a little bit worried for some of the teams there, though. Obviously, as you saw Influence to Alliance going out early in the last match, it allowed teams like Queso and Xavier to rise up through the rankings and potentially build up some sort of point differential between them and some of the other teams. And Max even spotted out, was it the first 6 teams, or out of the first 6 teams, how many were top?
Yeah, actually, because to go further on your point, out of the 6 teams, right, is top 4, out of the top 5 teams, 4 of those teams went out early. So it's insane how much top teams in the rankings were out in the earlier stage of this match. So it opened up a huge opportunity for Team Queso, which is, as we saw now, they're currently first place, opened up a huge opportunity for Xavier, that were just before this in 6th position. And we know that top 5, that is going to be your limit to reach the grand finals. So great opportunities happened early on this match. So good for Xavier to capitalize on what I would say might just be their most important game if we look back on this last chance, because this game might have been the reason why they go to grand finals. I know it's early to call, but that's just how impactful this game possibly has been for them.
it shows the quality across the lobby, right? The fact that we came in and we thought to ourselves, yeah, maybe Mad Bulls and Influence Rage are kind of surefire bets for a top 5. Influence Rage is up there, but the quality of this lobby across the board is extreme. So with only 5 spots, that was not intentional. That was not intentional. So with only 5 spots up for grabs, yeah, it's he's chomping at the bit to say it.
Sorry.
Okay. It's honestly getting close, and obviously with every bad match you have as a team, that means it's even more difficult going forward. If you're going into day 2 expecting to have a pop-off day, well, so is almost every other team out there to try to get top 5 and try to survive into our grand finals. But we're gonna have to head to wrap it up for remind you guys once again about the Infinix GT10 Pro, official smartphone provider here at PMGC 2023. You guys can pick one up because it was born for professional esports players. So if you weren't a professional esports player, you might be if you pick up one of these bad boys. And you can also play in the new Frost Festival currently out in PUBG. Make sure you guys update the game. And Max, you've already played quite a bit of it. What's your thoughts?
I think it's cool because I love walking through the fields and I have no coverage and I die, but now I can actually create like little mountains of snow, and I love the snow. It's great. I have a great time, Jason. I don't die that much anymore. It's cool.
Well, if you love snow so much, would you potentially move to where Klaris is, where he has 3 to 5 centimeters of snow?
I'm on the move. I'm going right now. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? You can also, while you're on the move, participate in the Popularity Annual Gala happening at the moment. We're between November 15th and December 19th. You guys can play in 10 1v1 matches, potentially earn some exclusive rewards that you can show off to all of your friends out there. Not to mention, if you want to show things off, show off your new Pagani, the Amola or the Zonda R collection for yourself and obviously your friends. Maybe you can drive around and look quite cool, as Max would say.
Pretty epic. No, that I would love to confirm some eliminations in that one, Jason. I can tell you that much. That's a great way to get those eliminations.
That took me a second there to think about confirming, but I know exactly what you meant. Don't even worry. You won't even feel the bump in that vehicle. Also, while you guys are winning your chicken dinners as well, you can kind of support PMGC and show off your pride about it, and also root for your favorite teams during as well. So make sure you pick up the new Victor Dance, which is available in the game at the moment. But in the meantime, we're going to head to a short break here. We're getting things ready to go for Miramar.
Only 2 games remain, both of them being Miramar for the end of the first day of the last chance. Following this, tomorrow there'll be 6 last games blank, and then that's it. We know who makes it through. The top 5s looked ultra competitive, and we're seeing little shifts, little bits of climbing going on from some of the squads we were hoping would have some extra oomph to them, but we need to see even more going into these last.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some of the pack differentiate themselves from one another. I mean, towards that top side, DX has been doing a really good job today. Even their games up towards Hill, I mean, took control of that. Yes, they lost out to FaZe, but it was still a good game in terms of point scoring. That last one, getting themselves a nice chicken dinner, which felt like quite an impossible win as well. Was very, very strong. Team Queso at 42 points, though, ahead of absolutely everyone else. I think that's the big surpriser today for everyone at the moment, is Team Queso doing so incredibly well. 31 eliminations to their 11 placement points, so they have just been fragging out game after game.
Been boshing out of control, man. Like, some of the games we've been seeing here have been a really good test for the individual strength that we're seeing. Whoa, it's a gyro clash, blank. God damn. The gyro's too powerful. It's causing problems. They're in each other's orbit.
They need a little bit more space, right? You know, you need to like just put a bit of tape around them in a circle. Like, this is my zone. This is my gyro zone. Okay, you stay out of it, please. But a lot of teams looking to stay in the zone for this one as we head in towards our first Miramar of the day, but our last 2 matches to conclude the first day of Last Chance here. See who can get some points on board on Miramar. Very different maps. Some teams tend to do a little bit better on this one than others. So we'll see if some of the other teams can start to chase up towards that top side. Because like I said, some of those teams at the top are getting very far ahead of the others at the moment, up towards that first place position. I think the one surprising team for me right now is if we take a look at maybe, let's take a look at Influence Rage. Right now, 19 eliminations. They're fourth place, right? They're currently, if we ended it, they'd be in towards the grand finals. Now we take a look at IHC. They have 4 more eliminations than them at 23 total. But they're in 9th place. What's going on, Jackie? They have 3 placement points. They've not been getting towards the end of the game ever, but they're absolutely fragging out when it comes to those elims.
It's crazy when you put it like that and look at it for what it is, right? It is kind of mad the way those games were going, because it feels like IHC, they're always the side that we have some things to talk about, some things to say, because they're always fighting, they're always roaming, they're always finding themselves in positions where it feels like, you know, Godless, Alex, someone's going to make a play that will get us excited and farm up some points, but you've got to have those placements too. It's such a double-edged sword, right? That, yeah, they're willing to play so confidently and aggressive, but if you're not making it into the late game, you're losing out on those juicy bonus points, and it's making it far harder for them. So just got to maintain this pace, I guess. We need a few big bangers, potentially a chicken dinner towards the end of the day would be the dream scenario. That could be the remedy, the quick bandage fix to the points that they would need coming into this one. As we'll see how it goes. We're into Miramar. Miramar can be so hard to predict at times with what we're going to be seeing. What are we seeing here? Close grouping between Gladiators and BTR, as they have actually dropped on top of each other towards the Cobria. This could be a bit of a cheeky start, Blank. I mean, really, for BTR, probably technically the side that could come out a bit better off from this. If you're actually able to find the early elims onto Gladiators, a nice way to get yourself an extra couple of points, because that's what they need. 26 points currently.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, this is probably one of the first times that they've ever been challenged in La Cobreria this instantaneously. They do find themselves at least a first knock off the back of it, but this is very unexpected for Gladiators. Usually La Cobreria is all to themselves. It's realistically teams that start to challenge them down towards Crater Fields later on in the game, but quick adjustment from the Gladiators comes through to at least get that first elimination over towards BTR. And you're right, for BTR, 26 points. They have a chance at getting even more in these last Miramars, maybe getting themselves up towards a better position to take things away at the end of the day and get in towards that top 5. So challenging this seems almost odd to me, realistically. Matic has a bead onto where a couple of these players are as they keep exposing themselves off in the distance. For Gladiators, I think they'd be well pleased to get themselves 4 eliminations off the back, but I would agree with you, right? I sort of thought that this would more than likely go in the favor of BTR. Right now, Gladiators don't feel like that much of a strong team.
No, they don't. They don't look like themselves. You know, it kind of feels like it is a bit of a coin flip, honestly, each day of like what Gladiators are you going to see and how much pressure's on them. Because weirdly, it feels like normally when the pressure's really mounted and they've realized like, oh, look, if we don't get 20 points today, it's all gone wrong and we're not making it out. That's when they find 20 points miraculously. Today, though, it's been a little bit slow to the start. Hasn't really felt like they've been as lethal, so it's not looked as good. BTR, though, I kind of feel like have been the contrary to that. They've been really good in some of the team fights and good sort of composure as well. When they do just have to play, you know, a 20-minute game of playing slow, playing smart, that's also been in their wheelhouse. So would have pegged them to be the one to walk away with some extra points from the drop. Losing a man early, though, means that they're a little bit less confident to make much out of that. Oh, that's a close gap there, Zuxi. Not sure if he had the spatial awareness on that one, Blank. Thought he could fit through it.
Yeah, trying to squeeze the car through. Scratch the paint job on the Golden Morado, but, you know, you still get it through at the end of the day. Out of the Hacienda del Patron compounds on their bike to move further into the circle. Circle is over towards that eastern side. We're around Lebendita, Graveyard, Junkyard. A lot of little high ground areas, but also a lot of flat terrain around this position of the map, which can make some of those end games a little bit more tough, where you put a bit more precedent on having one of the few compounds in the area and hoping the circle comes over towards your way. Some teams sort of have just been battling the game in their favor in different ways too, with just some strong elimination points. And Team Queso on your screen right now, certainly one of them currently in first place at the moment, 42 points. Very much deserved. teams had some great moments already in last chance and survival stage. Felt a little bit of a breeze for them, to be honest. Not the most amount of points in the world that they finished off with, but they were very, very safe. So just confirming that top 16 position for themselves before heading into last chance in their attempt to get towards the grand finals itself. BTR, though, very much hunkered down. Gladiators still trying to see if they can spot out. Looks like they already took a couple of shots over towards Satar there, off in the distance.
Matic just watching with his eagle eye through the scope and waiting to see if there was an opportunity to strike on anyone. But playing smart, playing slow. Oh, hello. You do Alliance as well. A few warning shots have gone out. BTR finally being aggressed upon as well. Look how many bullets he's got. It's a big old gun blank. And that magazine belt constantly ricochets off bullets that deal damage onto the side in front of him. So BTR left looking a bit green around the gills. Kitsune suffering from a similar sort of fate as he'll go down. Satar trades back. Tixie's been caught on the cross past the roadside and finished off by Satar.
Yeah, and with Kitsune trying to dodge these bullets coming out from Neos as well in the distance. It's realistically just two players from Gladiators up against BTR as Neos came in for a quick peek. In comes Matic, though, looking to pick up his fellow teammate here before he bleeds out and takes too many shots, and it's all left down to Meku to try and hold down this fort versus BTR themselves. So effectively a 1v3 here.
Satar's been good, though. He's been hitting some nice shots. Ooh, triumphant moves. Dives in through the window. Going to be pumped full of adrenaline after that one. Saw his life flash before his eyes, but he's still alive and kicking. Nades to play with as well. Dashes that one over the back. Not going to be close enough to connect onto either one of them. Brute Force providing somewhat overwatch as well as Satar handles the up-close attack from the Gladiators. They're eating damage from the backline. BTR starting to bob and weave their way through the buildings, but need to get a move on quickly. Even if they clean up on Meku Blank, they've got to think about jumping in a vehicle and making their rotate, because it's going to get worse for wear. You're going to be watched by Brute Force on your exit and have the zone nipping at you. And Meku is still just trying to stay alive, still just looking for an opportunity to strike. Satar pops the heel and they want to burst out onto the roof. You're going to be running into this man's gun.
I mean, Meku's just got bandages. It's basically over. They all come out. DBS is in play, but it's more than not enough. As BTR will finish off the final members of Gladiators and they go down. Currently in 16th place this match, 11th place overall, but a horrible start for them as Brute Force found themselves a couple of cheeky picks of their own as they leave from La Coveria. A really odd decision coming through from BTR, honestly, to take that fight versus the Gladiators. Like, this is one of those engagements on Miramar where it can go horribly wrong for you, and Brute Force in the wings coming to have a quick peek over the top, get some eliminations of their own, do a bit of damage over towards BTR, and that fight has been extended so long that it felt like realistically no one won off the back of that. So for Gladiators, pretty crushing defeat for them. BTR still have a couple more games in them to try and get those points high enough to get into the top 5, but this almost feels like somewhat of a wasted game for their side of things.
Thrown away the potential of, really getting as much as you could out of it. Feels like for Gladiators, I know it's coming up close towards the end of the first day, but it feels like maybe their run for the overall last chance here has already concluded before it even really started. Haven't found themselves too many selling points, too many reasons to make me think they're going to go on a superhero-esque run here to guarantee top 5 in the standings. Right now, the top 5's looking pretty damn competitive with how it's been played. Evos, one of the sides that is almost there, nearly breaking in, currently ranked 6th. They're fighting over towards the hill here, as Duxan seem to have found an opportunity to put bullets down range. Peppering into them, Misery's been dropped. They've got to go for the reds onto him. Uni still just lining this one up as well. Realize that Influence Rage are also somewhat close by. A lot of potential infighting could be occurring here.
Massively so. So many teams pretty much dead central around San Martin and Graveyard. It's It's a difficult position to play, especially for that end game where a lot of teams would like to set themselves up alongside this ridge face, hold some of the higher ground positions. FaZe currently still sat in Picardo. Do have that ability to wander up through the foothills on that north side to get into a strong position, but IHC already claim a lot of that area. So FaZe's rotate might be a little bit hampered by a couple of teams around them. But this game is definitely going to be just a lot of pot shots taken at one another, as you can kind of tuck yourself in quite easily towards this ridge. But Reject one of the more central positions up towards Power Grid itself on that eastern side. Might be able to get some points on this game. Currently desperately needing them in 12th place. If you look towards the top of the stands, 33 points, you get yourself 10 eliminations, a chicken dinner. Teams with 15 points, 13 points certainly can get themselves towards a decent victory off the back of it.
Can't take anything as granted, though. Nothing is guaranteed in these games. These lobbies have proven that time and time again, where even if it feels like you make every move perfectly, something can always come in to throw a spanner into the works. The zone shift here potentially being one of those elements for Rook and for Reject. They're both probably counting their blessings on this one, as they're going to have a nice earlier setup compared to some of our other squads in terms of the limited geometry that's available. So a bit of compound control at the end of the day can make a whole world of difference. Brute Force peeking out of the windows, and they eye up a potential point convoy as Enigma Galaxy are on the move, driving past them in the field outside. They take a few warning shots out. Is going to course correct and avoid being exposed towards the windows, so no free pickups for Brute Force.
It's a weird circle as well, the way this one lines up, because a lot of teams know that plateau over towards the western side of the map can be an absolute death trap when you have to move over towards it. Teams like Brute Force might have been able to get some of the compounds in that area, win out the game from it, but with it shifting so hard towards the eastern side, it does allow some of these teams that haven't quite got towards the ridge side yet, haven't quite got inside the circle, to be playing on some of these compounds. But it's Evos to take down one of the players from Enigma Galaxy, as like you said, the points convoy just desperately trying to attempt to find some kind of place to stay. And they'll just keep on sending through, with Lord also stopping short there. Freak goes down to a shot from Regiocio, as they have been holding on a pretty strong position on the highest bit of ground. Almost guarantees you to live out the rest of the game, but difficult to get here early enough to take control of it, but Reject certainly have.
It's rough as well, Blank, because it's giving me flashbacks of what we were seeing from Enigma Galaxy previously, when they were kind of leaving themselves so late on the rotates that they would just sort of drive around like this ice cream van that everyone knew was 3 points, because you could just take pot shots at them. They wouldn't have any quick plans, didn't have any backup positions to go to, and they were loading themselves into 1 or 2 vehicles that kind of felt like a clown car. You just pepper bullets into it, you're going to guarantee to find yourself 1 or 2 eliminations as long as those shots connect. So that's been rough. Not really been the way they wanted this to play out, already losing a bit of manpower and being forced into a 3-player setup. Mad Balls on the horizon here, as they've pulled up to the party slightly behind Udo Alliance. Now, Udo do have a big position, so much high ground, so much of an understanding of where everyone else is situated, and a prime position to just take pot shots down the hill. If Mad Balls can make it uncomfortable and potentially force a fight here, that's one that will decide a lot in terms of a power play position.
Yeah, difficulty for Udo Alliance is leaving this hilltop, right? Moving down towards Team K, who have got pretty open sightlines towards them. It's just rough for them. With Mad Balls kind of penning them in now, that has caused issues for them too. I do like what Mad Balls are doing, though. They realize that that position is not going to be too strong for very long, so it's not worth continuing to harry on in terms of those third parties. They'd rather just move north through Graveyard, deny those sightlines, and try and get into a better spot. And we move further back over towards the western side. So this is a bit of a flip-flop circle, but any team that's continuing to hold down their positions over on the high ground on that ridge are feeling quite happy about themselves. Reject couldn't sort of afford to give up their position too early, so they will hold on to it, move a little bit further down towards the concrete. Just 1 player remaining now in Lord over for Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy, man. They've just had so many unlucky rotates, so many unlucky repositions where they leave themselves susceptible so late and just get battered because of it. You know, here they basically found Shedville and decided to post up inside one of the shacks, barely staying alive with a few smokes to break up the lines of sight. You're incredibly low though, and even if they reset and get those reses off, that's still going to be 3 players with low HP with no real getaway plan. Ooh, Faye taking heavy hit. It's Inco as Vitali, through the window, peeks in and spams a few of those off. Substantial distance as well, so clean connections that actually make it a little bit harder for FaZe on this one. And UDO Alliance moving down now, actually creating a bit of space from themselves. They've realized there is a potential third party to be had a little bit further down the hill for themselves. So they'll be sizing up that one and seeing where they can slot themselves in. Meanwhile, Rook with the connection on Queso. Queso currently the top squad, Blank, as they lead with 42 points.
Paragin off in the distance, getting taken shots out by FaZe. FaZe, I would say, have had a bit of a late rotate here, but they are finding some eliminations wherever they can in the meantime, trying to pick themselves their way back into the lobby, decide that it's a good idea to head back up towards those foothills in Picado that they knew were free from before. I respect that. Influence Rage over towards BTR, already taking a knock there. So we'll continue the fight a little bit longer. Superboy, Satar split off one another. Kayovsky sends a nade over the top. Satar has to bank out the way, but there should be sight lines on the side. Satar does go down eventually.
Falls off. Finished off now for good as Influence Rage will commit. Oh, Uni peeking over the top of their hill. That'll be a headshot as well. Influence Rage starting to show some of the potential power that they have in that gun skill now. Hitting some of these bigger shots. And they need another big game. We've got to see Influence Rage really let themselves out of the cage here. Keep pushing themselves further up the standings. You're not safe in 4th. You're not safe with only 35 points just yet. DX aggressing back in with the nades. Levi's tries his luck with the Molotov as well. Wants to ignite Cluck and leave him burning. Send him off to the Burns ward for good. And he's going to move up now, looking for the close quarters engagement as he tries to push through the smoke line. Widespread as well with the way they're playing this. Nades coming in from his teammates to support also as Levi lines up another one.
Yeah, and I think for DX, they realize they need to keep pressuring UDO Alliance. It's a 2v4, and they've made it into a 2v3, so necessary. They keep the pressure on. They do find the knock and the flush off the back of that. So we're in a 2v2. Can DX hold on to the 2v4 here, Jackie?
It's a good question, Blank, and they're going to need to show us their absolute all as DX are in the thick of it. Levi's, the lethality's clean, even got the connection off with the last few rounds there, but it's not going to be the team in front. It's FaZe all the way in the back that put the pressure on and third party to steal it.
That could have been the 2v4 from DX as well versus UDO Alliance. I mean, you've got to give all props to UDO Alliance there. The fact they were able to get off from that hilltop, it is really not an easy push whatsoever. But Levi's and Chow, again, those DX nades coming in clutch. With Levi's in the close range as well, he is really nifty with it. Very, very fun stuff indeed. Circle, again, another hard shift down towards his southeast side. So many teams suffering off the back of this one. Likely that Enigma Galaxy, Brute Force all don't make it through this. Brute Force would have to make a very, very quick and swift push over towards Reject and the concrete on that western edge if they wanted to have a hope in hell of surviving this. But yeah, this has been a set of really difficult circles for all these teams. Mad Bulls surviving though. They've not got the most points here, and I think for those 15, they would love to get themselves a chicken dinner. They did a lot better on that last angle, got themselves set up in a pretty precarious spot on the eastern edge of the ridge, but luckily for them, they're not having to move further towards that western side, so they can try and hold out some of these teams, but they do not have that high ground advantage.
Big Milo certainly does though. He is the big boy on the server right now, lining up some shots from his high heights as he'll strike down on them. And then they go in for a bit of a scouting mission, advancing further forward for the information play so Queso understand where everyone else is. Meanwhile, Evos have been clashing versus Duxan, and Mad Bulls are now looking to backstab onto them as well. Hell, even Brute Force are taking bullets from Reject Tokyo. So the Japanese squad again aggressing and looking to find an opportunity to punish here. here. FaZe have been third-partying with some very well-placed bullets. They've been using the timing to a good position to find some freebies. Influence Rage, though, they've really had to fight for everything they get here. None of it has been for free. None of it has been easy. And they go down as FaZe will be able to lay claim to not only the points, but a big takedown, stopping Influence Rage from absorbing any more points here onto the first Miramar.
Yeah, they move up into position, and whilst Ventorius tries to pick up his teammate, Team Queso sort of stuck on the edge here. They've got a wide split going on right now, and Big Milo has been hitting some nasty shots with a Mini 14, just placing these bullets directly on the target so easily. They're just sticking to him. It's been very nice to see from Team Queso holding it down on this 2-2 split, but I think even they realize that now is probably the time to regroup, reassess the scenario of Rook on that north side, FaZe down towards the south. They'd rather get themselves into a much more compact position. Duxan on our screens, a lot of teams trying to take fights alongside them. We've got Brute Force attempting to make it in on that northern edge, and I said that they were all but done, especially coming in from that western side. It's so tough, but the circle, again, setting us up over towards this little valley in between, and Inco currently have a really strong position, and it's a much needed game for Inco as well, if they want to get some points on board now, because their day has been horrendous so far, currently sat at only 10 points in 14th place.
They're doing a good job of grabbing some of those potential points here as well, as they had to fight versus a duo from Mad Bulls. They got one of the guaranteed full-on elims. The other was a knock on Tulica, who's now expired as well. So pressure on Mad Bulls, down to just a single solo, who won't really have that much stock in the overall game. IHC and Reject Tokyo, though, potentially about to have a bout here, as they are on top of one another. Very close by in terms of the spacing. High ground does fall in favor of Reject. They can peer down the hill and look to try and get an angle on this, see if they can land some shots. Evos close by as well, as what remains of Duckstan start to try and spelunk their way across, see if they can climb on up slowly but surely. Worried about the peak from the ridge side as well, and that's Rook that's been detected. Hoxie bursts out a collection of bullets, putting the thunder on them. None of those really landing, not connecting, so just giving that information up, and that means Evos now know where Duxan are playing from, and then just peek into him blank, confident to take the fight with the advantage, hitting the first shots. Evos can't fully commit though with how much damage was done off of that shot, so it's the rest of the team that needs to pick up the pieces, looking for an angle on this one as Redface goes in with the nade.
I mean, Misery's been kind of sick with it today, honestly. Some really nice shots coming through from him. Some great nades on that last game too, but it's Redface open things up over towards Duxan with Junie going down. Hoxie sends away, but is visible. Can he hit all the shots he needs? Not quite just yet. In the meantime, AHC currently being dealt with by Reject, but this could go either way. Team Queso find a shot over towards Mormon. Big Milo still holding down the fort on that northern edge versus Rook. FaZe. It's a big test for them. Can they go toe-to-toe with the big dogs in the lobby as they send directly over towards them? In the meantime, it's Redface takes down the last player from the Mad Bulls. FaZe attempting to hold on to this one.
FaZe, what can you do for us? We know that they are absolutely monstrous on Miramar when they're playing well. They've had some big moves already today, and Queso are gone. Finished off as FaZe will hit their shots and take out the first place team to build themselves all the way up to 8 eliminations, breaking into that 5th place spot and looking to climb even higher once these points are totaled up. Redface with the strike back on the Hoxie shuts down Duxan, so they're also gone. Say goodbye to the South Korean representation that we have here on the first Miramar. IHC still lurking in the depths beneath Reject Tokyo. One player in Alex, though, has been slowly climbing and looking to make a bit of a flank on this. He'll be the one trying to make a play a little bit later. We'll see how well that works, as it seems like he takes his shots onto Osio and does actually connect, finishes him off as Osio was looking to fight onto Evos. Now the rest of IHC want to climb on up blank. They want to help out with this.
Yeah, IHC managed to get themselves up here. Alex has done a fantastic job to get himself in position. Now they're fighting face to face versus the Reject squad. Incredible stuff from Alex. He has been so phenomenal today. We said they needed placement points, and this looks like a game where they might be able to get some of them. Sara just about gets his way down, doesn't take a single lick of damage as he sticks the toes into the wall side. Lufa's able to get Alex out of the way with the DPS, and Sara might be able to go for the surprise play on the side.
Sara, big set of biceps on him, a mean right hook. If he can sneak up, if he can play the timing whilst his teammates even bait for info, firing out some shots to keep the attention, he could get a huge shutdown onto IHC. They've handled Alex, who was the most focal point of it, so it should be a little bit easier than what they've already had to deal with. FaZe on the move, taking some heavy hits, but Mela will cruise control them into a better position. IHC looking to strike. Sara has been spotted, so he's not going to go off on that one. His flank is for naught, and the numbers are dwindling. Reject Tokyo down to just one. Eugene with a fadeaway shots blank. Not quite getting that one.
Luxy gets a look at the draw on that one, able to survive out, but it's Luke from that top side takes him down, but not before Redface can get the immediate refrag on towards it. Inco gifted a very free game here. With the circle in play, gives me sort of flashbacks over towards last PMGC, last chance, where Inco was getting a lot of these central shifts, but it comes a little bit late for them here on this Miramar. They've got 6 eliminations though, and with a chicken dinner would see themselves very happy in terms of point scoring right at the end of the day. IHC still going strong. Root attempting to push over towards them. It's Redface with a Lynx AMR actually taking a massive shot over towards some of these other teams.
IHC starting to crumble away now. It's all on Godless, and he gets swung on. The full frontal assault even enough to finish him there. But it's Redface in the back with the snipe that deals the damage as well. Hitting that, and now pushing in. Closing the gap on Rook. Mate, this is huge for him. Suddenly, they bumped themselves up on the elims to some new heights, and still got potential to try and squeeze out some extra placements on this. They're into the final 4.
The fact that Redface got 8 eliminations is a massive count from these guys. Squash, though, finds the shot over towards Mormon with the nade. Will explode him out of the way here. Mela maybe looking for a little bit more on this game, but that'll be all she wrote. Just 2 teams remaining. Redface and Inco. Inco looking to finish things off here, but Redface should be more than proud of himself with an incredible match ahead of him. 8 eliminations here, tosses the nade over the top, but it should just be done as Nenebeche picks it up with the S12K. Like I said, very free game there for Inco. They don't seem too happy about it. It is just one that's given to you by the circle itself, but I think all eyes got to be on Redface that game. He was playing a blinder of it, plus also the little engagement between Team Queso and FaZe cannot be forgotten. The fact that FaZe wins that out versus the current #1 team in the lobby, that is a big statement to be made.
It's huge for them. It goes to show as well, Blank. I mean, maybe one of the elements that's missing here to FaZe Clan's success is just the battleground. When we get to Miramar, you know, we're starting to see those trends where they're delivering, they're playing with such confidence. You've still got one more Miramar to play out today as well. So if FaZe very quickly bouncing back and looking an awful lot better than what we had seen from throughout the course of the majority of the day, it's huge. It's huge to see, and it really does bode well. Evos as well, I completely agree with you, man. Like, Redface was hitting some sickening shots, but the team was just playing well. The standings are getting so tight now with the way that things are starting to shift. Fair play to Inco, though. You still got to roll with the punches. You know, those chicken dinners aren't totally free. You've still got to earn them to a degree, and they were able to pick up the pieces on that one. And they need some points, Blank, relatively far down the standings as well, so that'll at least give them a little bit more of a supply to play with.
Exactly. I think we can't really forget about what Procedure Evos did on that previous game, Narango, right? They got themselves a 2nd place versus DX. And I think there might just be like this hidden little gem within all the squads that we've not been talking about enough, right? Even though it's been just slow, quiet gain of those points. Someone that's not slow or quiet, it's the fast and loud Jason Kaplan.
Yeah, another great game here coming in. Thanks so much, Blank and Jackie. It's been a phenomenal game as we got to see Inco take themselves a victory here, but in very similar fashion to what we saw on our first Airgill. Sitting in the compound forever, getting blessed by the zone. But to be fair to Inco, I think this was a massive game they desperately needed. Klaris put up a really good point of saying some of these teams in these single digits in our leaderboards if they don't have a big game today, then they're not going to have a chance to qualify. And I think Inco might have just given themselves that second life, Lars.
Yeah, definitely. With a compound like that, I mean, again, it's been an odd day because they were sat in this compound for 17 minutes, similar to some of our previous games. Oh, the Lynx. Nice, red face. That was cool. But yes, you've still got to be able to win the fights that eventually come your way, despite having the compound. And they did so, whilst all of these teams were trying to scramble down from that high ground on that west side. So, and Enebeche especially, lots of damage coming in from him. We always expect him to shine when given an opportunity like this, and they take it with both hands.
Yeah, and you could even see in their celebration, like, okay, well, we have the compound, so
yeah.
Really easy chicken din on this one, but 21 points to show off for this first Miramar. Though also really strong performance from Procedure Evos. They were in 6th position just before this match, of course, just on the brink of making in top 5. 16 points, that's going to allow them to jump up a significant amount on the rankings. So massive game, and of course there's a bunch of storylines that were unfolding in this tournament that I'm really happy. And one has been FaZe, Kalaris, that it really feels like ever since that last game of survival stage, their whole mindset has changed. That we're not just going to be the passive team that gets in circle. We are going to start blasting and getting that damage in a similar sense to Red Face that's just been shredding it this game, it seems. Wow.
That's what'll happen when you've got the Lynx AMR in your hands, right? It's interesting a gun. It makes the best noise in the game. You don't get to see it too often, but there we are. But you're right about FaZe. I mean, like, looking at how they're playing things out, they just look more confident in their edge fighting abilities. I mean, given the position that they're in this game, it's very unlikely you're going to be able to get towards the center to be able to play for the win. So why not just shoot at everything? And they're doing that really well at the moment.
Well, we see Team K still going to fall to 2nd place as Procedure going to be able to take 1st for themselves. But it's not too big of a gap, to be honest. If you look at between 1st and let's say 6th place, it's a 6-point difference. So you really could have any team break through into top 5 at this rate, or at least look to solidify. But we are starting to see those drop-offs happen as we go further and further down the list. 10th to 11th, Inco, obviously the back of that victory, able to catapult themselves into 10th place, but they still have, honestly, a ton of work left to do. I think one of the biggest letdowns we've seen so far, though, in the last chance stage, and unfortunately, I have to call them out, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy. They had a great second day in survival stage, but we're seeing more of like day 1 Enigma Galaxy. Last place, I would never have said they're going to be bottom 2, bottom 1 right now within our last chance. They have the potential to be so much higher, but something is not working in the team.
I would agree, Jason. It looks like the biggest upset so far we've seen of the survival/last chance stage. It's a bit interesting because I was looking back on the circle and they had actually a really good compound on the western side of that cliff, a little bit away from all of the madness happening on the cliffside. So it was a really good spot. But they just don't move fast enough, and because of that, a lot of teams like your Brute Force, like your Reject, like your Procedure Evos actually kind of leapfrog their position, and then you're just going to have that natural wall defense set up in front of you, and you're never, in 1,000 years, going to be able to make that transition. So Nigma, they're really good at understanding strong positions, but I just need to see a little bit of a quicker reaction because teams in this lobby are so quick to react that if you just take 30 seconds too long to move, you are going to be gate-kept so heavily, there's no chance you're going to survive. So Nigma just got to be a little bit fast on the pivot if they want to have a chance to get those placement points and maybe eliminations too.
Speaking of faster on the pivot, Klars, I did ask you, I think, during the survival stage, Rook, are they a top 5 team? And I think in our heads, and I think you kind of said, no, you don't really expect them to be a top 5 team, but I'm wondering if you've had a change of thought because they're still maintaining. They got another 8 points this game. They are proving to be a team to mess with, though, not necessarily being as flashy as we'd like to see out of a CCT.
Yeah, you can't really argue too much with the numbers that they're putting up, right? Like in terms of them in the previous stage and being able to, as I say, default getting himself MVP, can't really argue with the numbers. It's quite conclusive in the statistics, but I still do think if you were to say to me, okay, are they a top 5 team here for this? I'd still say no. I still think that there's stronger teams than them, but if they're able to surpass those expectations, I mean, more power to them. We'll see as time goes on.
Well, I'm wondering if I asked you who our top 5 casters in PUBG Mobile are, and if these two gentlemen would make the list. Let's throw it back over to Jackie and Blank to take us into our final match of the day.
I can't count, but I assume that that's good. Top 5, Blank.
Yeah, top 5. I'll take a top 5 any day of the week. That's good for me. But heading into the old last game of the day and see who ends up in the top 5 of the leaderboards. Obviously, that last game sent Procedure Evos up to 45 points. Really good stuff from them. I've been happy with Procedure Evos. It's been kind of a quiet climb from them. I don't think we've talked about them too much overall, but it just shows you what like those consistent points can do in these games. I think the other big surprise is FaZe. 3rd place. Udo Alliance still with the happy faces on board, still going strong with it. They're in 6th place right now, just a little bit behind from that top 5 position. It's still possible for them to do at the end of the day to see themselves in a good spot for tomorrow.
And I think this is, really where we do kind of get that most accurate depiction of how things are looking, because now all the squads know that this is the last game of the day. You have to really answer any questions going into this one. Be able to farm up those extra points, play smart, play prelims, play for placement, and get some big games out of it. Kind of have to, wipe the previous games out of your memory at this point and reset a little bit. Come in fresh, treat this one as just the best of one, just the opening drop, and that's all you got to think about. Because a lot of these teams need points right now. We've seen some big clutches in our last games of Miramar. FaZe showed up massively yesterday in the survival stage. Can they do it again here and continue the strength that we were seeing from them in the previous Miramar? Time will tell, but this is it. Last game of the day here as we kick things off for the last chance. After this, there's only 6 more games tomorrow, and we will know our top 5 squads. It's all to play for as the finals are on the line.
Pretty grim playing path to start things off here. Sad for Gladiators as well. I mean, Kitsune even had his water stolen away from him in that last bit. And those boys desperately need a refresh, honestly, because that last game, BTR taking them out early, made them suffer. But there are bigger teams on the table to be talking about. I want to see FaZe keep up this kind of performance. You mentioned that it just seems like Miramar is their kind of map. And even from a pretty bad position there, FaZe was still able to get themselves the 3rd place on the board with quite a few eliminations. Like we said, taking down the big dogs in Team Queso on that engagement, a full 4v4 ensuing. Interesting games ahead of us. Inco sort of got themselves a really cheeky little victory there. Directly centered up on that compound, and it's fairly impossible to win if you're outside that compound. As long as the team plays it well, you can just sit there all game long. So Inco gets a very much needed breath of fresh air in terms of a free chicken dinner on the board, but we're headed over towards the southwest side of the map. Always interesting games on this position. You got the 2 big high grounds between the valleys of La Triera. We will see exactly who comes up on top here. Enigma Galaxy desperately need some points. The boys on the desk were pointing out that they just cannot handle that 2nd zone, right? If they don't have an initial good rotate, it's pretty much donezo for them. 16th place team, currently 5 points. It is looking rough for them.
It certainly is, mate. Rough and not ideal at all. That's probably not the way you want to kick things off either. You get absolutely rocked, basically just taking an elephant rifle bullet to the face, and then you get murked with Superboy's tires. Well, oh man, I don't even know what to say, Blank, for Enigma Galaxy, because it really has just kind of been, like back-to-back worst-case scenarios happening again and again. Such a shame, considering, this is sort of what we were seeing from them in survival stage, where it felt like it wasn't really that crisp, it wasn't really that clean in the decision-making. And then they reinvented themselves. Looked fantastic, kind of made us think, you know what, maybe there is a lot more to the story here. But I don't think so. I think some of the pages have been ripped out of their book.
Yeah, just not gelling at all, really. And I mean, just like Ralph gets caught up in the wheels by Superboy, they've been getting caught up in the wheels of their own. Their vehicle rotates just haven't been looking decent. FaZe opts to go for a Chumacera drop. And away from Picardo at the start of the game here, giving that one up over towards some of the lads on Inco, who dropped just underneath San Martin. We're going to get a replay on this one. Was this a mid-air shot? Oh my God, Lepar, bro. That is a horrific way to start your game. I mean, we said it was a bad start, but getting knocked out the air before you can even begin to play, that is even worse. Enigma Galaxy suffering now. IHC, Mongolia massive on this side, 8th place right now, 35. Their eliminations looking amazing. Placement points, on the other hand, not quite there just yet. But again, I feel like this is a team that could easily squeeze themselves up into the top 5 at the end of tomorrow, just because they've already shown that they're happy to go toe-to-toe with some of these other big squads. Just need to go for some more consistent rotations, realistically. Maybe not fight as many teams, and they'll be clear and easy into that top 5. But I think this last game on Miramar still matters quite a bit to them. They want to get themselves in a good springboard position to hit that top 5 tomorrow. So for IHC, this means less fighting, please.
Yeah, a little bit less. Calm it down somewhat. Ooh,
oh Nick Galaxy.
It's Coops as well, Blank. Oh, I don't even know what to do. I don't know how to describe this. They're just getting run over. It's like roadkill. It's like roadkill time and time again, Blank. You know, they're just in the middle of the road. The chicken tried to cross the road. The chicken is gone. It's been eliminated. And that chicken is called Nigma Galaxy.
This is grim. It's squashed up against the wall there for Coops as well. Inco will be happy with a 3 point they grab off of that one, but you know what, with that, I'd even go as far to say I think the Nigma Galaxy are just done now. That is their run over in day one. This is just how it works in Last Chance. Unless Nigma Galaxy comes out swinging tomorrow with 3 chicken dinners in a row, it is just very unlikely they'll make it in. Duxan and Brute Force equally in a struggling position. EU has been having a horrible day of it. Mad Bulls and Gladiators not been able to get in towards any somewhat of a decent position. I think for Reject, there's still hope there. I think that with the way they've been playing, on the other hand, as opposed to maybe Mad Bulls and Gladiators, like there's been some attempts, some really good attempts at getting towards that top side, taking some really good central positions. I just don't think right now their gun skill is up to scratch versus some of these other teams in the lobby.
Yeah, it seems like they need a little bit more, a little bit extra firepower potentially under the belt. Sometimes it's been a bit fragmented for them as well, you know, where normally you're looking at players like Sarah, you're looking at the rest of the roster with OCO as well to kind of go that extra mile, whereas today it's felt like at times they're sort of passing the baton, but they're not all hitting the mark at the same time. And I think that has been a bit of a problem. Zol here, ringing off the dinner bell, making his presence known, just kind of putting himself on the map against Queso as he shoots some bullets their way. Evo's on screen as well, and that's Law from Influence Rage that's been spotted. Okay, if they want to aggress onto this, potentially they could find an opportunity to funnel him in, kind of, you know, sheepdog him into where they want him to be. So he does run down into this little gulch, gets exposed and finished off. So Law has been taken out by Zuxi, and they'll take that one to the bank.
Yeah, the two twins in full force here today. Look to pick up some big points again. Sort of the storyline that we've been setting up for a long, long time now. This year, both Zuxi and Luxi slowly but surely getting back on that motorbike in terms of the PUBG mobile gameplay. And if Procedure Evos can make it back to PMGC, that will be one hell of a legacy to have. Because Zuxi and Luxi had such a big downtrend over the last couple of years. And now back to form, back to PMGC, back to really hitting some big numbers and not just going out with a fizzle. Currently in first place right now. Reject moving up towards IHC. The big time eliminators on side. Nades over the top, doing quite a bit of splash damage as well. And Reject realizes, get out of here. This is not worth it.
Yeah, reject the offer of this fight and peace on out. You don't have to deal with it. You don't have to commit in tunnel vision. Ooh, could be a close quarters engagement on the drive-by though. Lufa, ooh, he just goes straight past the front door and will avoid it. Doesn't get taken down. So map geometry now coming into effect. They want to get themselves downhill and find somewhere safe to post up like gangsters. Pull into a building. OCO just when he thought he was safe. It was Duxan, a South Korean squad lurking in the back as Hoxie will deliver a knocking blow and leave them on their knees. Peeking back in to watch this as well. He wants even more blank. Hard commit and OCO is gone.
We'll find the shot on him. In the meantime, though, it will be another shot taken by from Demo. Good shots from him at long distance over towards Duxan. I believe that was a knock and a flush going their way. Circle moves over towards our eastern side, further towards Chumacera itself. We know the FaZe dropped here early on. Maybe another big game for them potentially on the cards. I want to see U2 Alliance also get themselves further into this match. Had a great start to it today, honestly. And I want to see that continue from the Malaysian team because I think they had a lot to prove considering a lot of their strong matches in survival stage came from a position where they had some really strong rotates and really open and free area. Yet in the last chance, they've proven to us that they can play a very strong edge play style. And potentially even I would go as far to say that they sort of deserve to be in towards that top 5 at this point in time with the play that they have been making. Team Queso though up against Inco. Papi Potro in the front line.
Papi has been punishing Blank. He's been looking really good. Oh, timing on that's beautiful. Nice comm for the double nade. They clear the building, blow the man out of commission. Easy clean-up crew action. And that's it. You've been able to find those Elim points you wanted for free. And Inco kind of realized, all right, well, we're just going to stay back here, control our compound, and take pot shots if they come to us. You don't want to instigate anything already losing the first man, making a mistake that could be costly. At least there is pretty good equipment to play with for them. So if you come running across that open exposed land, you've got the LMG to play with. You can just bombard bullets down on Queso. Ooh, Duxan as well on the drive-by have been detected. Couple connections, and they're actually going quite far around the back. They're going to be up close towards Queso. They might have got away from one squad, sure, but they've run straight into the fire. Problem is, Hoxie is on fire. The human inferno with the shotty as he blows them away. We'll be able to at least claim some nice damage, but Duxan are quite quickly crumbling down to just one man. QX on the peak towards the window. Fires off the love tap Blank, but can't connect.
Just all his lonesome now. For Duxan, this really needed to be a big game for them. They don't find anything off the back of it. Players underneath, all looking to swarm his position. Confirms at least one over towards Team Queso, which is going to definitely hurt their chances in this game. But they're already in a fairly central position. Could potentially play this out with 3. Don't have to make too many more massive rotates in this game. Molotov goes down the stairs. Will tag onto one of the players. I think that's Papi Potro, who's now burning up. Another nade comes through, but he is desperately darting backwards and forwards here. Likely he doesn't get away with this. Smoke goes down. Survival essential, but I guess at this point in time of the game, likely a 16th place finish if QX can't find at least the initial shot here.
Oh, mate, he's struggling. Thing is, it's a bit of a choke point. You're basically running 3 men down a very tight corridor. Smart. Use the nades. Don't just run in and try and play off the back of the raw gun skill alone because you are not in a favorable position here. You're playing into his hands. The nice nades, though, will be nasty for Duxan as it bounces off the wall, removes some of the HP he's just built back up for himself. Timing on a peek. He tries to dash it around the corner, bounces off the wall. He goes for the getaway back down towards the stairs. QX just waiting for the peek to come in. Low HP on him though. There is still room for this one, and he's going to pop the stims. They're going for the res beneath him. He'll top his HP up, but how does he play it?
He's doing so well to keep himself in this game, expending so much utility coming out from the guys on Team Queso as well. Back up to a full man squad here, at least 3 of them. But QX has been fantastic at holding down his position. I think the majority of the utility now gone, so it's going to have to be a raw gunfight here. Send 3 of the players in at the same time. You don't want to give this lad 1v1s. 14 bullets remaining with the DBS. Sort of expending his ammo count now.
Ooh, quick 2-pump around the corner. Really hoping that he can bait them to run into him. He wants to play the angle. Here we go. Fight's kicking off. They come their way in. Misses the opening shot. Will be able to land a tag, but it's not a frag, and they overwhelm him with the manpower. So Queso clean up, and that's far better for them. That looked like it could have been really rough, and they were going to start to lose out on players. Instead, it's still clean. 3 players is perfectly fine. Queso can move on confidently with this on our last Miramar. IHC, though, Blank, they are tasting metal, as they've been hit with the bonnet of brute force.
Yeah, brute force coming in thick and fast over towards IHC. They got on one player at least. Enigma Galaxy, last 2 players remaining, trying to survive against the Mad Bulls, who are in pretty bad spot right now. Dire straits with Zerich off in the distance. He's knocked. Nade doesn't go far enough. Whilst the res comes through, Freak getting his vehicle, send himself further backwards. Lord might be able to hit a nasty nade here over towards him. Frozen tries to bait the nade away. Pretty smart stuff, but he gets knocked out the vehicle. And Fleek doesn't have the shots in the distance. There's one more nade available. This might just drop the guys from Mad Bulls back down to 3 players once again. Luckily, Frozen survives the extra explosion here.
This is so rough as well for Mad Bulls if they lose this encounter blank, because not only you're not going to earn points, you're having your run ruined by Enigma Galaxy as well. But it kind of are the side that right now, it doesn't matter what they do, it feels like they're so far down, they're not going to get back into it. So you're basically both guaranteeing that neither of you are getting out. You're shaking hands on the fact that you're going to be left here in the last chance. So they have to fight clean. They've got to keep themselves in this game to stay afloat overall for the entire stage, and losing a single player here could be enough to tip the balance and leave them in an unfavorable position. Meanwhile, the Galaxy boys go for a quick play around the Cosmos as they go roaming into the new circle and will be running into another squad. You've got IHC as well, pushing up now onto Brute Force, furious with the fact they lost one man to the Bonnet. They want to trade back onto him. It's a raw 3-on-3. The nades are doing a nice amount of damage, and Yo's just waiting. They're going to peek up and at least give him an opportunity to strike. First shot goes over. Molotov into the vehicle as well. Blank. This should be a cleanup, but Godless has got away, exposing him now as the vehicle is no longer blocking the peak.
More shots coming through as well over towards YDO. It's just a really rough business for them. FaZe off in the distance takes down one of the players from Vitaly. We saw that they were just hunkering down in the compound. So some great shots coming through from FaZe there to at least take down one of them, which gives them a bit of a better angle of approach if the circle moves further towards that north side. But right now, FaZe holds this outlook that looks over towards that north side. It's an extremely strong position to own. YDO goes for the big spray, and Alex just about makes it inside. Sweat beading off his forehead as he didn't think he would make that run.
Sweating bullets at a time like this. Tulika, he goes in for the close quarters engagement. Fleek trying to keep their attention down towards the roadside, but it's all about Tulika. He's terrorizing them with a first as he strikes heavy. Cleans up on another one as well, dealing damage back out towards Lamborghini, but he's overwhelmed as Chow, the challenger, will stand tall on the top of the hill. Quick switch onto his secondary, and he's leaving them in scars. Blank, cutting his way through them. The DBS of Frozen's panicked. It can't quite connect. So low on HP with a quick switch, the UMP will sell victory in favor of DX over the Mad Bull squad, leaving the masses down to just one as their entire team's been evaporated there. It's only Fleek. Can he really do anything from this spot? Okay, moves coming in. Luxy aggressing, looking for the pickup. Lamborghini's been down as he will fall. Chow. What more can he achieve on this one? Med's going to be coming through. Levi's on the move again as well. Evos being eaten by the zone. Luxy still trying to backpedal, playing on the edge as he wants to guard the entry to the blue. Having to play from the lower ground now, though. Chow's going to have first contact. It should be a bit easier for him. He's running straight in, exposes himself. Delayed reaction as Luxy will be able to pick that one up. Quick switch back as well. Levi's going quickly like a blue hedgehog. Gets himself into the zone and stays alive for now, but expires in the end as that wasn't lucky, it was Luxy. Man cleans up and puts them into a good position, roaming down the hill now and getting back into the zone off of his heroics.
Luxy, man, he has been absolutely killer over in this tournament so far. Able to keep him alive in this one. Next circle centers up further towards FaZe once again. Such a strong position for them to hold. I think they might be able to secure themselves a really strong spot towards the top 5 of the lobby after this game if they play their cards right. BTR down towards that south side and Reject just hovering around on the edge. They know that they desperately need points off the back of this one.
So many squads need points right now, and there just isn't that many left up for grabs. It's getting far harder to give yourself a springboard of points. Oh no, Big Milo taking a bit of a tumble there as he'll be down on the ground. Inko, ooh, if they can finish him off, this would be quite a predicament. Team Queso obviously only having the 3 members blank. A Big Milo, we know how much he can get done. You know, he's a star individual for this team. So the fact that Squash has put damage onto him after he drops, yeah, he's going to go. No res on that one. They're down to 2.
Yeah, Queso just not able to get much more done off the back of that one. 2 players alive. It's going to be struggle getting forward from here. Gladiators holding on to their fort here as long as possible. They know that they're just about inside the circle itself. They desperately need to hit those shots, man. But it will be Udo Alliance instead to pick up the eliminations, pick up the points, steal them away from potential found over towards Gladiators. Matic is going to send out off into the distance, but I think BTR is a good read on where the Gladiators are coming from. Matic drops down some smokes in the meantime. Gets up close alongside with Udo Alliance. Matic, though, hits the first initial shot over towards Olio. Doesn't want to expose himself too much here, Jackie.
And Udo Alliance, they've got a big X on their back right now, as they're the squad that wants to push into the top 5, and with the points they've already achieved, they're gunning close to overtake Rook. You don't want to let them get much more for their troubles here, especially Gladiators that need a miracle. An absolute shed load of points has to be delivered to them if they're going to scrape on by towards the end of this day. Ooh, fight downhill here for IHC as Demo puts the pressure on pre-pod and hard commits to guarantee those additional points. They're always gunning for these big elimination games. On this one, it's only the 4 so far, but how much can they find themselves in terms of the longevity? Can we see a placement game finally for IHC? Mela, the FaZe Madman on screen as well. As FaZe blank, in this sort of scenario, you feel like maybe they do have some legs on them the longer the game's going on. They've looked pretty damn tasty on Miramar in the past. It might not be them we need to focus on. Influence Rage. They've collapsed down on Udo Alliance, and it looks like they've just completely wiped the floor with them. Even FaZe finding an opportunity to snatch points from this.
Yeah, for Influence Rage, this is an easy pickup over towards Udo Alliance. A really difficult run across from them. Gladiators forced them to head up towards that north side. Has made their life hard. Influence Rage in 7th place, 4 eliminations. Looking like they should be able to overtake on route to get in towards that top 5 at the end of the day. Inko desperately holding off versus some of the players from Team Queso right now. Just 2 players alive for Inko as he just sprays in the DBS, hoping to hit some shots there. FaZe lost a player up towards that top side, playing a risky 2-2 split to control and maintain as much pressure on this hilltop plateau. This is kind of the winning position of the map here, Jackie. Maku gets taken down by Onzens, will be immediately flushed off the back of it too.
FaZe building up the strength, building up the confidence. They're winding back that fist and looking to deliver a swift right hook in 4th place. Want to climb as high as they can go by the end of this one and see if they can shake up the standings. They've struggled the whole day, and to have a big comeback in the last 2 maps, they're writing themselves a fantastic Cinderella story. They've just got to maintain it, blank. Can't start skipping pages, fluffing their lines and throwing the script away. Influence Rage, they're keeping their cards close to their chest though, tucking into the compound for now and trying to stay out of trouble. Gladiators meanwhile lay down some of the smokes and look to go for the cross. Kitsune, he's been detonated, blank, losing so much of his health there on the quick drive-by the second they start to push out a position, so Gladiators getting nothing for free.
Actually, sort of insanity that he lives off the explosion on that vehicle. Tixi just about squeezed himself in. Kitsune taking a lot of damage, able to make his way to this little ridge side. And I mean, for Gladiators, they've already seen Bra Esports win from a position like this in PMPL EU. So they were looking to try and take a position of their own. Unfortunately, it's not quite that easy to get all the way across there. Kayovsky taking shots, but it's Satar from BTR. Lynx AMR once again to take a shot over towards Matic. He won't be moving much but further through onto the game there as he is removed. Little boy takes his chances of his own. Wow.
God, they've just been absolutely ruined. The nades as well, as Mela delivers that one directly on target. And Influence Rage have just eaten so much damage the last man left standing, well, he's barely standing at this point, just kind of limping into the smokes and hoping that he goes undetected. FaZe's attention has been drawn onto absolutely anyone that peeks, though. They're just popping off across the shop, finding pickup after pickup, and they've got so many nades, they just haven't stopped. They've been throwing these for what feels like 10 minutes straight as they'll blow up Influence Rage and send them packing as they go sliding down the rankings, and FaZe keep on climbing. Blank, in the space of this game, they have climbed so many places and they are not stopping. They're still finding more elims. This is a FaZe classic.
Classically just taking some disgusting shots over towards all of these players. Team Queso, Arta, last remaining, tries to run his way through, but FaZe has been careful this one. They even try and go downstairs there to pick up some more of that utility, pick up more of those death crates that came through. Reject also taking shots over towards IHC as they made it further in towards this compound. I do like this play from FaZe though. They put a lot of stock over towards that northern side. Took out as many teams as possible, because if teams can start to creep up on their eastern edge, right, that's where life becomes very difficult for you as FaZe. But now, because they've cleared out so much, they can fully focus down towards this southwest side, this south edge where BTR has held on for such a long time. It's a smart bit of gameplay coming through from FaZe. However, they've just about allowed BTR to get into a position where they're able to face off against them. They're a bit too focused over towards Team Queso at the moment.
Is it going to pay off, though? Will BTR be able to backstab, or where's the next move come from? Squash. Oh, he is in container hell right now, and I think he's about to be shipped off to a date with a coroner, as you're in a risky position, being battled by IHC. Meanwhile, BTR, find Luxy. He was lurking behind them for an age, just looking for the placement points. Instead, he's gone as BTR take him away and chalk him up as another digit on the leaderboards. Demo will demolish Squash as he is taken out, and Inco go down with it. So our squads whittled down a little bit more now, leaving 5 of them remaining as the circle keeps getting smaller. The fights keep getting more intense as well, and there's still so many nades to play with for FaZe. They've been finding countless pickups with their utility usage, Blank, and because BTR kind of revealed themselves by finding a pickup onto Luxy, they're aware of it now and dividing their attention between all of the teams they're playing around.
Yeah, they hear the shots ring out and they can send a little bit of that attention over towards that side. But this building that currently Mela's holding in, so strong. Really good angles coming out from the back of it. And IHC sort of have to make the mad run towards them, which is why they're dropping so many of these smokes. You can see the amount of just open ground in front of IHC that they have to clear, that they have to cover. But you're right, the nades have been absolutely phenomenal from FaZe so far. Unfortunately, Mormon goes down, and it's sort of to be expected. IHC never goes down without a fight. Another nade over the top, just Godless remaining within the smoke. In the meantime, though, BTR, they make a run in. They're sprinting over towards the position where FaZe is holding. Sarah finds a shot over towards Mela, looking for some of these eliminations of his own. They want to grab some of the points on this match. They know how desperately they need to get these points to pick themselves further up towards the top of the tables. They lose players, but they've done enough. A 4th place is pretty decent. Should give them a chance into tomorrow if they get some massive games.
They stole away a few of the elims at least, but FaZe are furious because of it, and they're still finding pickups on the nades, Blank. Another clean connection as it will blow away Reject Tokyo and just leave it down to one man. From a full squad to just a single player in a matter of seconds, it feels like. And Mela's lining up a big one. He's got the nade in his palm, ready to aggress with it, and it'll be right on target. A strike to remember as he whittles us down to the final clash. FaZe up against Bigetron Red Villains. Have they got time to reset themselves? BTR aren't pushing up just yet, but FaZe are paranoid about this. They've dedicated Mormon to play medic as he'll be getting them back on their feet. Mela's just holding for the fight and trying to put some splash damage out, Blank. Sending out those bullets to keep them on their toes so they don't roam in knowing the players are knocked. FaZe have at least reset and can have a fair fight here in the 4-on-4.
Reminiscent of our last game of survival stage. FaZe finding exactly what they needed to make it into this last chance by taking down the entirety of the squad of BTR. Mela, practically demonic in the eyes of BTR. The nemesis within the lobby. But they move out. make their way through the smoke. The big difficulty for FaZe was the fact that they were outside the circle, but they managed to get in towards this compound on the western edge, and BTR have done nothing to stop it. Some limp nades sent over the top. Just about finds Onzen's, but just tickles his feet as he moves his way through. Will get the first aid kit off. Mormon takes a big amount of damage, and BTR expending utility wherever they can. We've got a nade coming through from the right-hand side of your screen there.
Barely off target on that one as it will whiz on by just past BTR. Heals coming in, but FaZe starting to run low on the utility. They're trying to get into the face of BTR. Such a wide spread on them as they're playing off each other's contact. Distance between them so they don't group up, knowing how good FaZe's nades have been. They don't want to give them that blessing and allow them to find a multi-frag off the back of the utility. Countless detonations on top of the compound here. FaZe feeling the pressure on them now as they've gone from 7th place before the first Miramar to a potential chicken dinner finish in first place. If they can lay claim to it here, it would be a ridiculous comeback for them. But BTR, they want their piece of the pie. Nade in on top of Mormon, wipes 50% of the HP off him. That one's even worse. Ventores on the push out, loses his HP just as he advances. Hard commit onto it. He's been taken out of commission. Mela gets detonated one by one. The confidence is surging. BTR want to push in for the final closer.
Just Onzen now, and he'll just deny the points to the blue off in the distance. But BTR picked themselves up a much-needed chicken dinner at the end of the day. They started off on Miramar looking a little bit weird, dropping on top of Gladiators, but finding themselves a chicken dinner here is fantastic. But all eyes on FaZe as they have absolutely dominated, right? And it really did just feel like a phase for them at the start of Survival Stage, where they were doing absolutely nothing. That last moment, those last games we saw in Survival Stage felt much more akin to what we're seeing here right now in the last chance, where they're stamping their ticket with the amount of points that they're accruing in these games.
Unbelievable, Blank. Unbelievable. It's just the fact that, that kind of the proof in the pudding. If you look back at the rankings, FaZe were in 7th place after the first 4 games of the day, right? Once you get through the Sandhawks and the back-to-back Erangels. Miramar changed everything, Blank. It makes them look like a whole different team. I think that really is kind of the kicker. If FaZe are allowed to get into their groove on Miramar, it doesn't matter how bad the day's gone for them. They will find elim after elim, and they will play some smart PUBG Mobile. And they've skyrocketed. You've gone from 7th place to all the way to the upper echelons of the standings and made it look like this was a great day rather than a sad day.
I mean, it's incredible stuff. And I think that although, yeah, we say it like that 7th place, they'd still set themselves up for a little bit of success at the end of the day to get themselves into a first place position. I think for FaZe, like you said, they've gone from strength to strength. But right now, Miramar is their map. And that's where we end it all tomorrow, Jackie. I'm scared about it, but again, we've got to head this one back over to the desk where they can finish out the day, conclude exactly how these overall standings match up.
I don't think you have to be alone, Blank, in being afraid. There's a lot of teams out there that are afraid of their position and afraid that they're going to be ending their competitive year tomorrow and not be able to get through into the grand finals. But what a step up here at not only Bigetron, obviously getting 2 chicken dinners on the day, but FaZe Clan, man. Max, you've been really talking about this quite a bit. That last match they had the prior day really kickstarting their groove here and getting things going.
They just understood, Jason, that placement points aren't going to cut it if you want to be part of the best 16 teams in the world to play at the highest level in PUBG Mobile Esports. You need to bring just a bit more than that, and they've been blasting in terms of eliminations, really clearing the northern side of Chumacera, getting rid of Reject, your Gladiators, your Team Kessos, your Incos. Really strong execution with those 12 eliminations on the board. But man, BTR here, Kalaris, I mean, the moment they knew that FaZe had no nades, they're like, okay, we can get close, we can mess them up. This is an easy win for us.
For sure, there's that moment where both teams are feeling each other out, like how much resources do you have left and things like that. I have to agree with you. I think there's been a paradigm shift in what we've seen from FaZe so far in terms of their approach to the game, and it's really proliferating throughout these lobbies. But BTR, you saw how they fanned out at the end of this lobby, right? Like in this circle, knowing exactly how much room that they could take in this circle, moving up to 4th place at the moment. But for Indonesia, as well as Thailand with FaZe at number 1, what a day it's been so far. They've looked excellent.
You know what's kind of scary to me? At the end of the halfway point of the day, U2 Alliance was 1st place. at 35 points. 3 games later, they're in 9th place at 41 points. Like, that's how quickly these standings can shift and how quickly you can go from playing in the finals to unfortunately having to watch it. But Xavier, Bigetron, Team Queso, honestly, for some of these teams to hold on like this, Team Queso in particular, I'm quite surprised, but pleasantly surprised to see them kind of rise up when they need to. But seeing Rook kind of fall into 7th place is a little bit sad considering their consistency.
Yeah, I think they were going to struggle a little bit, Rook, right? I think that they were a very big outlier for the last 2 stages to be able to make it as far as they did, but I think that now they're slowly coming back to reality that you're going to need more than just decent placement points. Just like FaZe, they understood that that's not going to cut it anymore. Rook have yet to get to that point, it seems. So, man, we were in a position where it looked like a lot of the Western teams were starting to do good, but the East are slowly getting back in a position where, like, Thailand, the entirety of Indonesia, as you already said, Kalaris, are looking just so strong. So I don't know how it's going to work out tomorrow. I think it's completely unpredictable because those point gaps can be reduced to nothing in the matter of a game or 2, pretty much.
I mean, let's be real. Already the point gap is kind of nothing right now, right? Down to 9th place. I think maybe there's like 6 points within trying to get into that top 5 or something close to that.
Less.
But basically,
it's 5.
Okay, less than that, which makes it even more viable that you can still, be able to perform from there. I mean, technically, even teams below that, you get 1 good win, you're still then back in the running. It's just, we're kind of looking at it in terms of historical performances and how things play out, right? For some of these teams, I think in our minds, we do think maybe it's probably done for them after not performing well today. But for example, seeing Influence Rage not in the top 5 so far, okay. I'm not too concerned though. I think that they'll bounce back tomorrow.
We do have a big point gap growing between U2 Alliance at 41 and Inco at 30, so there's already a little bit of a discrepancy of 11 points there. But one team I did want to hit on really quickly is IHC. I don't know if you guys notice, they have 0 chicken dinners, they have 9 placement points, the lowest the 3rd lowest in the lobby overall, but they have 34 eliminations, and they're currently sitting in 6th place. So I don't know how this team from Mongolia is holding on, but if they can somehow work on their placement points tomorrow, this is another easy contender for top 5.
Yeah. See what FaZe are doing? Do the opposite. Just make it further down in line in these matches. But they were involved in a hot drop in Novo too, so the earlier stage is not the smoothest for the entirety of IHC right now, but they're on the cusp. Like, not having that many placement points and only being 3 points behind of a team in top 5 is actually pretty impressive. If they can work on that, which is going to be rough, you have less than 24 hours to do so, but if they can make it happen, top 5 is definitely going to be looking good, and they can join Stalwart over there for Mongolia in the grand finals, which would be a great achievement. But yeah, as I said, it's very unpredictable. I don't know how it's going to go.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to go either. I mean, to be honest, we could show up tomorrow and we could see our top dogs fall off. We could see our bottom teams rise up, though I would say maybe Enigma Galaxy at only 5 points. I think they're going to be out of the running considering they're about 40-something odd points behind getting into top 5. In the meantime, we're going to head on the stage with an interview with Zuxi.
What a tight race here today when it comes to the first day of the survival stage. But with me on stage here, I'm your host for today, Choo Choo, and we're live on Battle Arena PJ. We have PCJ Evos, one of the legendary twins, Luxy, with me.
Hello.
How are you feeling now?
I'm good.
He's always good. Now, you're starting off strong with good elimination in Sunhawk today, but it seems like you dropped a bit in the 2 early Wrangle maps. What really happened? And I need to know, after that, you came back, boosted up your performance. What was the biggest factor that boosted up your performance after that?
Oke, jadi di Sanhok pertama itu kamu mendapatkan match kill point paling banyak, elimination point paling banyak, dan setelah itu di 2 game Irangel itu kamu main tidak begitu bagus. Oke, apakah faktor besar yang bisa membuatkan kalian comeback di game berikutnya?
Mungkin karena di game kedua dan di game ketiga circle yang begitu susah buat kita, dan kalau di game selanjutnya sih kita percaya aja sama IGL kita dan juga percaya sama decision yang dia buat.
Okay, one of the reason why we couldn't perform better on the first 2 Erangel is maybe because of the circle is a bit hard for us to play. And after that, what's the biggest major factor that we could come back is because of we trust in our IGL on whatever the decision that he made.
Trust the process. Like they always say, trust the process. Now, I need to know your thoughts when it comes to the closest contender. You are standing yourself at number 2 with FaZe Clan taking number 1 spot at 60 points. You're just 8 points away at 52 points, which is 3rd place is FaZe. Now, Team Queso. So, what are your thoughts when it comes to the closest contender? Starting off with FaZe Clan first.
Oke, jadi sekarang ini poinnya itu nggak lah jauh beda.
Face Clan di nomor 1 60 poin, kamu sama TQ juga 52 poin, bedanya cuma 8 poin. Jadi menurut kamu, pendapat kamu ini ada 3 tim yang dekat-dekatan. Apakah pendapat kamu ya soal itulah? Pertama dari Face dulu.
Dari Face. Mungkin dari Face sih karena dari tim salah satunya perwakilan dari Thailand yang tersisa di PMGC ini, dia mau membuktikan kalau Thailand tuh layak lah ke final. Dan untuk tim Queso mungkin karena dia banyak banget pengalamannya, udah lama juga di scene PUBG Mobile Esports kan, dan mungkin dari situ dia bisa banyak belajar ya.
Okay, for the Thai team first, which is Face, I think because they want to prove that he is the only Thai team that still left in this PMGC. They want to prove to the world that they can make it to the grand final. For the team Queso as well, I think he is one of the pioneer in this PUBG Mobile scene. They already got a lot of experience, so that's one of the reasons why they could stay on top.
I agree, but we're gonna have to wait and see because so far we have this team Queso in grand finals just yet. I'm hoping that will happen, hopefully for all your teams out there. And also when it comes to the top 3 teams, like I mentioned just now, all the 3 teams are on the top. None of you guys actually scored any chicken. What do you guys have the same game plan here? Everybody aim for those elimination first?
Okay, di 3 tim besar itu sama sekali nggak ada chicken. Apakah playstyle kalian itu emang semuanya sama, yang emang kerjanya elimination point berbanding chicken?
Mungkin karena kita di stage sebelumnya mainnya yang tim yang paling bawah lah, dan sekarang kita ingin membuktikan bahwa kita tuh sangatlah layak untuk bermain di final nanti.
Okay, maybe it's because of on the group stage and the survival stage we not perform really well, so we just gonna focus and try to prove to the world that we actually worth it to go to the grand final.
That's a nice insight, by the way. I really touched by that. But also, when it comes to the last day tomorrow, there's only one day to know whether they can go to the grand finals or not. Even the smallest error can change so much and cause high impact at this stage. Now, what are the small changes you think you can make with you and alongside with your team for a better, stronger performance tomorrow?
Oke, dengan besok hari terakhir, cuman kamu punya 1 hari aja buat membuktikan yang kamu pantas buat layak ke grand final. Ada nggak? Ya kita nggak bisa bilang ada perubahan yang besar buat kamu main lebih bagus. Ada nggak perubahan kecil yang kamu dan rekan-rekan tim kamu itu bisa lakukan supaya kamu bisa perform lebih bagus?
Dari aku pribadi sih, yang pertama respect ke semua tim yang ada di PMGC ini, dan respect ke semua coaching staff maupun player, dan percaya satu sama lain sih.
Okay, for me, I think what we need to focus on is first is respect to the other team. We cannot disrespect them. And then second thing is we need to respect our coaching staff, our staff, and lastly we need to believe in each other.
I agree. A lot of respects, and that's going to be emphasizing for the entire interview here today. Thank you so much, Luxy, and thank you so much, Jang. But speaking of today, we're done and dusted, but tomorrow will change so much. Will the top teams stay at the top rankings? Will somebody else will coming up pushing from behind, like how we saw FaZe Clan did in the very last stage of their last chance or survival stage back in the days. Now back to the casters. That's a wrap for day 1 survival stage. Sorry, last chance stage. See you guys again tomorrow.
Don't do that to us again, Choo Choo. I don't think we need to go through the survival stage another time. I think some teams might be happy about it, and some casters might be happy about it, especially being able to see D+ again.
Yeah. Still good.
We can see here our leaders on the day. As we were talking about IHC, you can see Demo there coming through with 15 eliminations. The team with only 9 placement points. Well, they have to make it shine when it comes to elims to keep themselves in the running.
Is he MVP though? I don't think so. That survival time mustn't be looking too good, Jason, unfortunately. Might be Little Boy from Influence Rage, I'm not sure. We'll have to see. It's going to become... It is! It is Demo. There you go. It seemed like the survival time was not going to hurt them too much. But yeah, he's been popping off of all the side of IHC in terms of eliminations. Just that survival time. If they can survive more, Demo might be one of the factors why they can make it into the top 5. So I'm a believer for IHC. I think they can make it, but they need... I'm an IHC believer, Jason.
30-second in average survival time. Really got carried through with damage and lives there, yeah.
They'll make it. Just bump up those survival time a bit, and they should make it, Jason. It's okay.
I mean, I think the only teams worse were Enigma Galaxy and teams in like last place there. I don't know, I'm being so harsh to Enigma Galaxy, but yeah, I mean, I see they have the running. Like we said, I always would favor a team who can get a limbs over placements because it's a lot easier in my mind to get the placements than it is to get the limbs, and obviously more limbs come in when you do get the placements just because of the amount of teams and the ability to pull off easier fights.
Yeah, I mean, they've stuck in it, right? Like, I didn't really give them much of a shot to being close to top 5, but every single game, even though they're going out slightly early, 5 limbs, 6 limbs, 7 limbs, 5 limbs, 6 limbs, it's just, it's non-stop. So they're showing that they can fight, and usually what happens is, with the limbs, eventually comes placement. So if you keep on this trajectory, they will probably get some podium finishes on the board tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, Kalash, we covered Group Green. Okay, I want to jump in because I'm really not. I want to talk about this. We covered Group Green. There's one team. Where the hell are they? I'm very upset. Is Rejects. Like, they had such a good time in Group Green. They were popping off, and I was really expecting them to be able to make it as the sole Japanese team in the grand finals. It's been a rough start. They got 15 placement points, 13 eliminations. They're just not able to really show up in these matches. I believe they can make a big change tomorrow. So if there's any team that's going to make a big comeback, Jason, I'm really hoping it's going to be Reject tomorrow.
Well, you know, we will find out because that is all of our matches done today. Before we do head off the air, though, to remind you guys once again, I'm a test production here. I'm heading over to TikTok and check out the tag PMGC 2023 to see a lot of things behind the scenes. Oh, he's on it. Everything behind the scenes that's going on, some interviews, everything like that. And if you do obviously post about the show, make sure you use the hashtag PMGC 2023. Of course, you're doing this all on your new Infinix GT10 Pro, born for professional athletes and professional TikTokers out there. Make sure you guys pick one up because you can dominate the lobby and, of course, dominate TikTok as well. That's going to do it, gentlemen, though. It's been an exciting day, I would say, to see some of these teams break through and get in the top 5. But my question to them is, can they maintain it? Can they hold on to it in probably the toughest day of the year of competition for all these teams? It's going to be the final day of Last Chance. We're going to find out which 5 teams will advance through into the grand finals. And we're going to see you all there tomorrow at the same time for some more extreme PUBG Mobile action.